What say you? Do you have any evidence to show why the witness lied about his location?
Yeah, I do. Because it's not just about Trucy's panties that was stolen that night. Little Plum Kentucky's bloom was also missing that evening, and the trash can that they were found in just happens to be near where Mr. Slickler was standing. The evidence that shows why he lied is this.
What? More panties?
How many panties are you carrying in your pockets, Sir Foreheads? These are the last, honest. These were found in a trash can at the park.
Queen Pib, in stereo where available, and where not available, it's not in stereo. There's nothing we can do about that, so don't blame us. We have no control over it. Call your internet service provider if there's some sort of a problem, or the local Twitch server. But if they're not giving you stereo and you want stereo, that's your problem, not ours. Don't bug us. Complain to your congressman or Newt Gingrich, like I'm sure he'd care. Ha! But we don't want to get any letters. Understand? Good. Many of you will be pleased to hear that I believe I have restored all the assets I discovered were deleted last night. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good day so far. It's a good day for the Queen Pib show, because last night y'all finally fucking agreed on a Pib Madness winner. It was beautiful. It was amazing. Democracy managed to work for once, which is good because, as you later discovered, if it ended a tie again, I was just gonna disqualify both games, and after that, who knows what would have happened? I mean, maybe we could have ended up playing Resident Evil 5, and Christ knows, no one would have wanted that. No one would have wanted that at all, because that would just be horrible. Absolutely horrible. No redeeming qualities whatsoever, but it's good. We got it sorted out. Now we can do some courtroom shit. Nothing important if you weren't in last night's show, then don't worry about me saying anything was deleted. Everything is right where it should be. All right, let's start from the top and make it drop. So we got here bright and early on one of the last remaining Sunday afternoon broadcasts of the foreseeable future. In a few weeks, this time slot's going to be moving to the evening to better facilitate my ability to, I don't know, get shit done and have a life. So, but I figured before that switch over happened, there's a show I always wanted to do, and I figured I had an obligation to knock it out first. Now that we got the Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice, whatever you want to call it, trilogy on consoles. I don't even have to play it using a Nintendo DS emulator anymore. I love it. Hello, Midnight Wolf, Nutra, Stung by the Woods, Zilla, Vector Man, Lazy Gamer, welcome on in. Don't worry about that typey Lazy Gamer. People do it all the time. Well, actually, I don't say people do it all the time. I would say usually some people accidentally do it once or twice a year. Now, if someone made a habit of it, then we'd have to go, as long as you're only fucking it up once in a while. I mean, the two letters are next to each other on a keyboard, after all. Hello, Ravaging Marvel, Cupcake the Fox. Yes, we're going to be providing you audio commentary once you get going on your little road trip over there. Hello, Gorillas in the Mist, King Monster, welcome on in. Bell Blue, Mr. The Exception, how y'all doing as well? Ace Attorney music always getting hyped. I think the Pursuit theme for this game is arguably one of the best. I mean, maybe the one, actually, I would say the one in Dual Destinies is even better, but this is a very strong second. Hello, NPC Wendy K, Country Forever, Botan, Game Bat, welcome on in. See who else we got here. Did I say hello to Chillbat? No, I didn't, so I'm gonna say it. How you doing? I continue to scroll. I see Chef. How you doing? You doing pretty good. So the threat of Resident Evil 5 is hanging us over in the future? No, it's been defeated forever. And there, I think we're all caught up. So today we're gonna do some legal drama. Now, some of you may, I was wondering why my hair didn't look right. It's like Pib, it's because you never adjusted it. Usually when you do the mullets, you kind of gotta, Okay, so the deal is I use these earbuds, but I attach them to a FM radio, and then I shove an FM radio into the computer so I can sort of be wireless and not have to worry about pulling shit off my desk. But if I'm doing it where I'm feeding the cord through the back and strapping it to my back, it's like, you know, you're going to have to move your hair around to accommodate for the cord you just shoved in front of your hair. It's like, well, now my hair looks the way it's supposed to. Good. Now then. Some of you, if you got looking at your channel points, may have realized that a shitload of your usual redemptions have been switched off for today. And that's because when we go to court, it's very much a linear process. You're effectively watching, whenever I do these shows, a one-person drama, and I'm playing all the parts. And the thing is, if I get really bogged down into the weeds, this show could go 8 hours if I had left all the redemptions on. So for this afternoon, the redemptions are disabled. So you're just gonna have to sit there and accumulate all your fancy pants little pip tokens, and you can redeem them at a further date. Because my job here is to basically give you boomer entertainment, aka a police procedural, except from the defense's point of view. Because, you know, we're the ones arguing for the innocents against, you know, the state-sponsored all that bullshit, so I don't think there's much else I should get to before we really get going here, because like I said, there's a lot of show to cover here today, so I mean, Pip Madness is done. I told you, Ride to Hell Retribution 1, so at earliest possible opportunity, could be later this month, could be next week, we're going to be pushing it into the schedule. So look forward to this turd among turds coming to the show shortly. Of course I'm playing Ace Attorney Like and Bites will come on, and who's to say that after all the time slots have moved to evening, who's to say that Ace Attorney Dual Destinies might not come to the primetime time slots down the line. Now that you don't have to rig up an Android emulator to play it, because you can't play Dual Destinies using a 3DS simulator because apparently it runs like shit, and then you'd have to do that screen streaming thing, which means you gotta plug like 3 wires in a 3DS. It's like not happening. So I think without much further ado, I think we'll just get started. I'm sorry, Nintendo Switch, did I bore you? You're replaying Dual Destinies right now. You're so happy they released the second trilogy. I feel like naming it the Apollo Justice Trilogy is a little misleading, since he's not necessarily the prime character in all the games, but I guess they had to call it something, so whatever. Anyway, for anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogach. You may also call me Trish. Retro variety drag queen streamer, the queen of the ways of the old, and your time on this channel. This fat-lipped, fat-hipped, fat-boobied, fat-booty channel is well-wasted. Welcome on in. And because I spent no shortage of time before the show fucking with the contrast and the white balance, you can actually see my tits today. Normally I wear this outfit and it's just this big, undefined red amorphous blob, but you can actually see my boobies today. I'm pretty psyched about that. I put the broad in broadcast to the whole and wholesome. A shrift me on hubris, and though these breasts might be fake, the retro is real. That's a real Nintendo Switch. It's okay. I've got my DS copy of Apollo Justice right here, and the Switch is hooked up as normal as possible. Actually, there's one last thing I want to fuck with before we get going here. I want to fuck with the green screen ever so slightly here. Getting a little artifacting around me that I feel isn't supposed to be there, so I'm just gonna... that's better. Yeah, that's much better. What did I change to show off the bobs? The contrast and the white... The contrast, the white balance, and the... Well, mostly the contrast, I think. The exposure, I had to change that as well. Now, this compilation features 3 Ace Attorney games in it. We're going to be focusing on Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, one specific case there. It does also have Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, which I may consider bringing to the show in prime time starting in April, depending. This game I've always wanted to do on the show, but we never really had the capability to do it, so I am considering it. We haven't done Ace Attorney in prime time in 4 years. So we might start doing that. And then there's also this one I've never played. I've never played Spirit of Justice. All I know is Maya Fey appears to be back. So we'll get to trying that out someday. And there's also a museum. But all right, has it really been it really has been 4 years since I mainlined this stuff on prime time, I should say. All right, so Ace Attorney Dual Densities. We're going to be doing, no, not Turnabout Trump. We're going to be doing Turnabout Serenade. The absolute dumbest case this game has since Turnabout Big top than the second one. All right, folks, let's do this shit. Let's rock this! We loves you, Stumstilsos! Rock on, everyone! These parties not over yet! Get out your handkerchiefs for special guests! That's right, babies! Next, just getting started! Thank you for coming to the Governor's Guilty as Charged tour. This ends the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute intermission where all the millennials can go pee because you're up past your bedtimes. July 7th, 8:05 p.m., backstage hallway. This is so cool! Us at a Governor's concert? You know, I'll explain the rest of this later.
Huh? Did you say something? My ears are still ringing. The Governor's putting the sick back in music.
Not one of your finest lines.
Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice. Sending us those tickets at 20% off. They're hard to get a hold of, you know. When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free. Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Governor show. Trucy? You didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name?
Hey, none of this well-actualing and gatekeeping a musical fan.
Oh, this guy, well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Clavier, what a lovely name. He's so dreamy.
Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock. Yeah, Paul's gonna ask for top 5 songs next. Yep.
God awful, maybe.
I brought all this stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Governor's albums and 15 concert videos. And 99 of them I downloaded off of TikTok.
That was quite a bit of impulse shopping.
I got an advance on my next 15 years worth of allowance.
For Mr. Wright, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Who would have imagined me here at a Governor's concert watching Prosecutor Gavin rock? To be honest, he was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I'd ever admit that to Trucy.
Yes, that is his voice. Deal with it. As you've made it!
Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets. And the invoice you sent along with them. You were incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin.
Nothing like music to brighten the moods after the trials, yeah? And we're almost ready for our next acts. I'm looking forward to it myself. See, he's German, so he has to have an accent.
La Miroir singing, right? The Siren of the Ballad? Oh, yeah. That flyer said she flew all the way over for this show.
That's right. I happens to catch her shows while overseas. Her voice is divine. Yeah. It's German. Got it. Exactly. Yeah, he's German. Her voice is divine, except it kind of comes out like Squiscar Squiggle from Metalocalypse. What's your thumb still toes? I knew I said to invite her to perform with us. I believe goy is a term that I think Gentiles throw that around or something. It's okay. It was clearly a typo. Lamir Ward says, you praised me too highly.
Whoa, who's this guy? He's huge.
I believe that's the mountain from Game of Thrones. Allows me to introduce Mrs. Romaine Latouche. Lamiwar's managers and her interpreters incidentally. It is great honor for us to be here. And great honor for Lamirod to be heard in this country. Tuan, and Grand Canada Bush.
That voice. I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful.
J'ai aucune idée qu'est-ce que je dois faire avec mes hands. J'ai besoin de continuer à parler en français alors les personnes ne pas understand.
Oh, it's La Miroir. I'm actually meeting La Miroir. La Miroir, mysterious songstress who speaks broken French for some reason. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment.
When did we start watching American Psycho? You gonna start telling me about friggin' Huey Lewis to the News or something?
Now this is music. She's a real artist.
Tête de merde. La Miroir says, we have long looked forward to this joint performance. It's not Miroir's. Your voices is. It's these arts, this is. Oh mon Dieu, je devrais continuer le bit. Yet without this piano to guide me, it is but voice. Oh. There's two of them now.
I've seen this kid somewhere before.
He plays piano at all of La Miroir's concerts. He's cute, and he's a really good pianist.
Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear.
Allow me to introduce Maki Tobai. He is blind. This is why he never strays far from La Miroir. They are always together. He's not much of a talker.
They're like characters from some fairy tale.
Hey, Arthvak, and eat your lollipop. Welcome on in. La Miroir is so, what's that word? Exotic! And mysterious!
She does seem quite pretty. At least the parts of her I can see.
Oh, Apollo. Hers is a kind of sight-seeing music, you dumb dildos. Huh? She travels these globes, but sings the sights she sees into songs. Even though her appearances and her voices are as exotic as her songs reminds us of something's closest and warms. Hey, Sassers. No, you ain't missed much. No one's even died yet. Which is surprising. Sights and a song? That's so poetic. She was gracious enough to put music to my lyrics is tonight. These guitars serenades. I hope you enjoys it. I can't wait. And now it's his times. For the next part, we're giving these Gavineers hard rocks a little rests. Las Miroirs, the stage is yours. Oh mon Dieu, j'ai besoin de bien maintenant. It's gonna get tricky for me to nail down her accent. I wonder if her accent should just be my voice. You know, that's what it's gonna be. La Miroir's voice is just the stock voice, because I don't think Phoenix turns up at this trial anywhere anyway. The band members will not play during La Miroir's ballad. Only Maki's tender tones and La Miroir's dulcet voice. And my guitars, of course.
Woohoo! Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know? I should have learned to play the guitar. Instead, I had to be a fucking lawyer. Like a moron. There's not much romance in chords of steel.
I don't know. If you turn the next Don LaFontaine, you could cause people to orgasm just by listening to your voice. But then you'd have to be Don LaFontaine, and good luck accomplishing that. Shall we hit the stages then?
Good luck, Mr. Gavin.
Takes cares of your hearts aren't stolen away, there's Yaz.
Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly.
Those guitars doing? I feel like part of that wasn't part of the show, you know?
Wow, wasn't La Miroir amazing? I even cried a little.
I thought those lyrics were kind of fucked up, but go off, boss.
I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar. Yeah, that even surprised me. I'm a magician. What a production. What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was. Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero. I'm not sure I'd call that art. Well, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show. How many breaks does this band need?
Apollo, they're millennials. Once you hit 35, you don't even want to go out anymore. They're gonna need to take some breaks. Hey, Noxiana. Yes, Apollo's assistant is indeed. She dabbles in magicianry. Well, come on in. What's the X was this? I was never consulted about this. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge. I placed new rocks, nuts, great balls, and fires. At least that's the Jerry Lee Lewis that's fucking screepers. Or Jerry Lewis, whichever fucking ones it is. Speaking of fires, I've good minds to fires whoever's responsible is.
He seems upset.
Apollo's Justice, were you the ones who tries to torch me?
Hey, I didn't do it. So much for risking your life for art.
His guitar Serenade is ruined. Ruins, I says.
Well, let's try to talk to him at least. I'm not sure that's the best move right now.
All right. Prosecutor Gavin, tell me about the flaming guitar. You're not too late. No, you're not, Rain. Welcome on in.
You mean the guitar, that wasn't part of the act? It really wasn't?
Parts of the acts? Who burns up guitars on purpose?
But it worked really well with the lyrics just then.
You're concerned by the police uniform poster of a cop. The band is, my understanding, made up of prosecutors and police officers, so your concern is somewhat correctly justified here.
Burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away.
Well, now that you mentioned it. Wait, you think the audience thought it was...
Sounds like he got lucky. They probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did.
Well, okay.
He got lucky, and he didn't even realize it.
Anyways, that's guitars was the Ferraris of guitars. This is all the speeds, all the sounds, and all of these price. If I burns one of those at every show, I'd go broke.
Unusually frugal for a rock band.
Well, he's a public servant. He's paid like shit.
Try saying that to Mr. Gavin.
Achtung! Today's biz once disasters, esters, and others. My hogs once runs, my guitar's case is broken.
Daddy told me there'd be days like these, there'd be days like these, there'd be days like these.
I wasn't gonna let that one sneak on by here. Well, tell me about Lamirwar's song here, why don't you?
Wasn't Lamirwar's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin?
Ah, yes, thanks. It was collaborations. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melodies.
You know, I was surprised she could sing in English.
I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here's...
What's this?
A lyrics sheet. It's yours. Signed by myself since last Wars.
Yippee! Thanks so much. All I ever get to sign are client defense agreements.
The lyric sheet's been added to the court record for some reason. Lyric sheet contains the lyrics to Lamirwar's ballad. Almost times for these third acts of the nights.
Oh, there's more? You're playing more than 2 songs tonight?
Yes, Lamirwar's parts is done. Now it's time for us to drop our grooves again, yeah? Hope yours ready to catch it.
Woohoo! Ready, Apollo? I think I'll pass. I like the bit with Lamirwar, but the rest could use the volume knob turned way down. Way down.
The guitar on the left looks like it came from the Harley Quinn collection. See, the wild thing is I'm used to playing this on a DS and fuck off resolution. I can actually make out the details. It's wild.
Ah, Apollo, you're getting old.
Isn't he like... How come Apollo's profile isn't in here? I think he's like 18 or 19.
Ack! Oh, does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old?
Not as far as the law is concerned. Oh wait, no, as far as the law is concerned, yes.
Well, I'm going.
Let's the old folks rest the stage, yeah? Times to rock.
Hey, you're older than I am. You're, at least 1 year.
He's starting. Christ, I'm old. Well, we could move around the room, but I guess we could go hang out backstage.
Hey, it's you, that Roy kid. Detective Scott. Detective Sky. I'll let that right kid business pass. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you share a bottle of fingerprinting powder. That's a new one. So, Emma, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking. You think I want to be here? Me, in charge of security in this bit? Security? Did something happen? There's no knowing what that glimmerous fop. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's some big rock star? He is a big rock star. Hey, you listening to me? So, where's this door here lead to? This one? That's Lamuar's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of snackoos in your face. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder?
Well, she was in the prequel case in the first Ace Attorney game, but we don't talk about that case. Well, okay, Detective, welcome to the stage, Detective Emma Sky. I guess we could talk.
Emma? Oh. I've never seen someone eat snacks with such vehemence. Better give her a wide berth.
Hey, I think she just hit me.
She snackooed me.
I'm getting the feeling she isn't even gonna want to talk, so... Well, let's look at La Miroir's door here.
So this is La Miroir's dressing room. If you even think about going in there, I'll...
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Was that a gunshot? Something's going on.
You! Out of my way!
Emma!
La Miroir! It's not locked. I'm going in. Uh-oh. I was wondering when business was gonna pick up. I see 2 fucking holes in the wall.
What's that awful noise? Oh, it's the concert.
Me anytime I'm at a concert. Oh shit!
It's La Miroir's manager, Mr. What's his name?
Latouche! Oh no! Hey you!
Me?
Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup.
Understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Is he not to leave the room even if you come and get him? Shall we even do that bit? Is that something you want us to...
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
Oh, I am enjoying this scene.
Get on with it.
All right. We won't do the Monty Python bit.
And don't touch anything. I'll be right back.
What's going on? I just talked to him, and now... He's alive! Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Shot. I was shot.
Who shot you?
I don't know. Ask.
Ask what?
Why don't you shut up and let him talk?
Ask witness.
Witness? There was a witness? Who?
Cold. So cold. Could you turn off air witness?
You're cold? Don't worry. You're gonna be fine. Help is on the way.
God.
Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is Siren.
Siren? How can a siren witness anything?
This isn't the time for dumbass questions, Apollo.
Mr. Latus! Yipes! Emma? What was that? Who's there?
What's wrong?
Emma, did you see anyone just now?
Huh? No.
I could have sworn I heard a door close.
The concert's been canceled. Backup is on the way. It's Mr. Latus.
I think he just bought it.
He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible. I love that response. Oh, that just ruins my day.
I lost him.
No, you didn't lose him. He's right there. He's not going anywhere anytime soon. Hey, Amy will come on in as well.
Romain Latus shot. And I heard his last words. The witness is the sired. Whatever that means.
In the city of Los Angeles, it is a trying time for the law. The bench trial system is reaching the limits of its capability. Throughout the turmoil, many defendants are represented by an ace attorney known as Apollo Justice. These are his stories.
It's amazing the assets you have lying around when you've done this bit as long as I have. July 7th, backstage hallway. I even got the badge on.
The venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go.
Good work, Starsians.
I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later.
Why does Phoenix Wright look like? It's complicated. It's investigations times then, y'all, Fräulein's detectives? I don't need some rock and roll prosecutor to tell me that. One requests I must makes. Tells no one on staffs or otherwise anythings of this. Oh, a gag order. No words gets out. Others than says Mr. Latus is dead. Okay, but I'm pretty sure only a judge can impose a gag order. So you're just asking us nicely. It has no legal standing. No words as the cause of deaths or of the murders.
Tell no one. Not even La Miroir?
Not even hers. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, so one other things. I'll need your signatures on this hair's foreheads. Yours too's, Fräulein.
On that, and an investigation request?
Why just us? Use twos are civilians. He standards procedures.
That should be okay to sign, I think. Being a lawyer and all, I suppose I should know that.
Hey, Frey from the ASWOL. He just came in. This is amazing. Hey, you know what? I do production values during the Queen Pib show. Mwah. Information request. Information concerning the crime to be restricted to police and related parties. Right, get started with the investigations. I'm on it already. She doesn't like him very much, if you couldn't tell. And one tips for yous.
Huh? Me?
Try not to get in the Fräulein's detective's way. She's in foul moods today. On account of the fact I made her pull security details for my concerts.
Gee, I wonder why.
Am I doing a Metalocalypse voice? Yes, I'm doing my worst Squisgar Squig Elf as Clavier Gavin.
We were all questioned as witnesses. And now none of us can go home. Yay, we're sequestered! We'll investigate, all right. Our way. without pants. Okay, maybe there will be pants. Somehow I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon. I still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon. This is no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case. I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is. Something the matter? No, I'm just foreshadowing to the audience. Let's get cracking.
Navel gazing, I assume, is the opposite of stargazing.
I'm the only one who was there. The only one who heard Mr. Latusse's last words.
Witness is surrender.
First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren.
Her name is right. Are we supposed to not know? No, you are. At this point, you know. At this point, it is known. Before we go anywhere, what's this damn thing on the ground? It's like an earpiece. What's that? It looks like some kind of future phone.
Not a phone, it's a transceiver. It's called a headset.
What's the headset doing on the floor?
Wait, you think Mr. Latouche might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards? I don't think he was wearing one when we first met. The LED on this thing is lit. It must be on.
Alright, well, there's that at least. Hey, it's the Blue Badger!
That's the Blue Badger, the police mascot. Does the Blue Badger have something to do with the band? Well, yeah. The Blue Badger is the Gaviner's mascot, too. Huh. Go figure. I heard those things fly off the shelves.
I mean, I would know. We've got one.
I'll have to take a closer look at one someday.
Well, if we can't go into the scene of the murder, how about we just barge into... Well, I guess we could check the stage. Why don't we check Gavin's dressing room real quick? Anything doing in there?
Huh, looks like nobody's here. Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case, too. No rest for the wicked. No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rocking! Rock, rock!
Well, were these postcards there before? See what those are about.
Look, it's a postcard of La Miroir. What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen those before.
I believe that's the language of Gen AI.
It must be your native tongue, Borginian, or that. Borginian, huh?
The postcard's been added to the court record. Hey, but before we step out of here, I gotta ask you about this guitar.
That guitar! That's the legendary AA400, the Red Badger. I thought rock was supposed to be rebellious, not civic. Every aspiring guitarist wants one of these. They even paint their own guitars to look like it. Ah, the fickleness of youth. You should dye your hair, Badger, red, too. I like my hair the way it is, thank you very much. Ah, the stubbornness of age.
There's a discussion going on there, and I want nothing to do with it. I think we're done here. So, any shot we can get into the crime scene. It looks like a yes. All right, we're back in there.
Oh, it's you! I figured you'd come. You have to let us investigate the scene, please. You're attorneys, no? Shouldn't you wait until you have a client? Latouche did tell me to ask the witness the siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Get glare at me all you want. You'll get no snacks from me. Please. Think of poor La Miroir. Oh, well, I suppose. You did find the body with me. Great, let's get to it. Right. Just try not to touch anything. She's letting us look, and she's not munching her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here. I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung, no spot unspotted.
Fucking Roger Rabbit over here. How old is Apollo? Apparently he's 22. Well, let me see these hand cannon shots in a fucking wall.
Are these bullet holes? Looks like it. There are 2 here in the wall.
From the look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. The first shot must have missed.
But there are 2 holes. Wouldn't that mean 2 misses?
Now, well, I mean, one miss can have 2 holes, but separate discussion. The murder weapon's a .45 caliber revolver. He's very powerful. I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder.
Oh,
Through and through round.
ouch. Sounds painful. No kidding. I wonder about this murder weapon.
Hey, wait a minute. Are there any beers in that fridge, though? I don't think we can interact with the fridge. Oh, well. What the hell's this?
Oh, what a pretty brooch. Oh, Emma.
You're not going to say, "Can I have it, please," are you?
Oh.
Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15, but that doesn't get you any special treatment with me. Hey, Breezy.
Oh. It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma.
It's not about envy. It's about tampering with evidence.
Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution.
You need to learn to respect your elders a little.
Something seems so familiar about that brooch. Brooch, broach, breach, whatever the fuck it is.
The brooch has been added to the court record. It seems strangely familiar. Well, what else do we see? There's some fine champagne from the Champagne region of France.
Oh, Paula, can I eat some of these, please?
Absolutely not.
I know. But still, I yearn.
Look, you're not the only one eyeing that fruit here.
Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's eat.
Right.
Whoa, stop it. Are you two crazy? Emma, you of all people should know better.
But she tempted me. She's a temptress.
Please, grow up.
All right, let's go over here. So we got the body, the gun, a bunch of makeup on the floor. Let's see the hand cannon first. I'm assuming that's the victim's service weapon.
This is the murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver?
Very impractical for what I'm sure it was used for. You would normally go with a small barrel semi-automatic for this kind of work. That's right, a big .45 caliber revolver.
Wow. I wonder who brought this in here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of those.
Seriously, you know what country you're in right now? Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I carry a 6-hour.
I didn't.
Listen, I was out in the hall eating snackoos when it happened.
I know. I was there. No one here thinks you did it, Emma.
It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo.
Hey, what have I done? Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start. That's right?
The revolver's been added to the court record, .45 caliber. Any way we could check the weapon to see how many times it had been fired? I know there's 2 shots in the wall, but is there any chance we can open the chamber and have a peek?
The middle of the weapon is a revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see? Revolver. Ah, that sounds a bit like Wonder Bar. Especially if you say it really fast. I guess? You know what I always used to think? I used to think the closest sound to Wonder Bar was one liver. There's just so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing? So many different words, so many different people. People like Trucy.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we're not going to be able to check the gun for how many times it's been fired. All right, let's check the victim here.
That's the body, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a body, singular.
Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look. Hey, go ahead, Apollo. You first. Me? No, you should go first. Trucy, really? Will you two stop bickering and get over here and look at this dead body?
You know, she's standing in for Gumshoe quite nicely.
She's munching on snackoos again. Hope she's not too annoyed.
Well, well, there's the gunshot wound, presumably. No clues there in the bullet hole. I guess we could check what appears to be sort of scratched onto the damn floor.
Hey, is that blood?
As long as it's not Chris's blood, we're good.
Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about, red stuff than I do. Yep. Says who? Something is strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like?
Also, his fingertips are red. No clues there in the obviously red-tipped fingers that clearly wrote whatever was going on there. You clutching anything in that fist of yours?
Apollo, look at his hand. He's holding something. Hey, no touching! You can throw all the snacks at me you'd like, Emma, but sooner or later, you're gonna run out of them. You raise a good point. I've been intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look. Ah, see there? He's holding something. What's this? Just a key ring? It's one of them's a guitar, one of them looks like a locker key, and one of them looks like a door key or something. Maybe one's a car key. You think it might belong to the killer? Certainly a possibility. What an unusual key ring. And what unusual keys. This could be a vital clue.
The key rings, but add to the court record. Note the heart-shaped ring. Mr. Latouche died clutching this. We gotta make sure we touch everything before the... Well, I'm wearing gloves. We're fine. But I may leave little red fibers everywhere. All right, well... I would say... I think we've got everything we're gonna get out of this. Any shot we could talk with the detective here? Yeah, you. Let's talk about the Vic.
Mr. Romain Latouche, wasn't it? He was La Miroir's manager and interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in this country. So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. It doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course. One person? Who? La Miroir. No one here might have had a motive, but she's from... What are you talking about? Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Munch, munch, munch. Always with the snacks. He's a big man. Or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him. Which is why whoever was used a revolver, I'm guessing.
You loving a sitcom mom voice for Emma? Yep.
Was sent to request to the Bulgarian embassy for more info on him.
Let's discuss the crime.
Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone. Yeah, you do? That's true. It was us who found the body. What? Huh. I guess that's what I missed for watching the concert. Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot and entered the room, the killer was already gone. What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here? How did they leave the room? That window is a little too small, isn't it? The one that says do not open? The mystery of the disappearing killer.
Well, actually, there's a running gag we need to examine. What's with this stepladder back here?
Another ladder. Actually, it's technically a stepladder. Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination.
I'm less worried about the stepladder, more worried about why it's there.
Why is the ladder there? Well, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling?
I still say it's a stepladder. Okay, what's this damn thing in the ceiling? There's a vent up here.
What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies. Nothing. It's nothing.
Maybe that's how the killer escaped. That's what you're thinking, right? When we arrived on the scene, the killer had already fled. He and she must have had a way out. We're the NBs are innocent in this affair. See, there are certain contexts when, you know, we prefer to go he, she, or they, but in this case, I don't think an NB would commit a murder like this, or at least I'd like to hope so, so you're all off the hook. You don't have to be included in this. In that event is one possibility. But it's much too small.
Not if the killer were about your size, Trucy.
I didn't do it. I was cutting up the dance floor at the time, thank you.
I know. Of course I don't think you did it.
It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo.
Hey, what have I done?
You're being a butt monkey is what you're being. Anyway, what can you tell me about the revolver, ma'am?
So this is the murder weapon?
Yes, the win for Datems. Exactly, unbelievable ginger.
This revolver is incredibly heavy.
It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That answers my question. That's odd.
What's odd?
Oh, nothing.
Hey, no fair. Tell us.
It's just something about this revolver seems strange.
Strange?
Maybe that'll open up a conversation prompt. Oh yeah, it did. What do you think about this revolver?
Well, it's pretty big and heavy.
That's right. It's a 45 caliber. Okay, but it doesn't have to be large and heavy to be a 45 caliber. Let me just make that clear. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around, as opposed to, the kind of revolvers that shoot blanks. Actually, those can still be deadly under the right circumstances, but anyway. Even if police don't carry guns this big, well, no, it's the modern age. They're all carrying Glocks or Sig Sauers or Smith & Wesson semi-automatics. They ditched the revolvers ages ago. What does the caliber do? Basically, the bigger the bullet.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range. It's overkill. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order it extra spicy, just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I only ever eat 1 or 2 bites.
And that's not a problem?
Yeah, Berettas too, you're right. There's another thing about a gun this big. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter.
Strain?
Yeah, say if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your damn shoulder. Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim too. Anyway.
Yet, the killer used his revolver, and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Used to shooting a high-caliber weapon? Well, that's about it. I'm gonna leave that thought alone. I think we looked at just about everything there is. I guess you're right. I know how you're feeling. It is hard to know when to stop. But anything more involved has to wait till the squad gets here. I suppose. I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back? Huh? Oh, actually, we have to... Great, thanks! She left. What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait. Great. Now how am I supposed to investigate? Oh, well, I guess it can't be helped. Let's go. Huh? Go? Well, yeah, she doesn't have legal authority to tell us here. We're not being detained. What are you, a fucking idiot? Time's a wasting, Apollo. We got a lot of ground to cover. Well, that's true, but... on second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine. No one will come in here and contaminate the crime scene or anything. Of course it will. Let's go. All right, well, let's go here. All right, what's going down in here? Jesus! Hey! Who's there? Who the f*** is that person? Wait, we didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Harley! Whoever that was, he sure looks suspicious, like a killer.
Well, there's one place we haven't gone yet. Let's go have a look at the stage. It was a Killer Man? Yeah, it could have been. July 7th in the wings. What is it with today's? Problems if there's problems. Six tongue.
You ain't kidding. It's the two leading members of the Gaviners, Apollo. Clavier on vocals and Darian on guitar. They're so cool. I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly. Huh? What are they arguing about? Probably the case, I'll bet.
My hogs won't start. My guitar's case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to crispness to tops. It's all off. Someone's dead. And since there was that performances just now. What was all that about?
Hey, man, don't blame me. You're the one who missed the cue.
Me? Mr. Q's? How could I conceivably get the most important parts of the song's wrongs, you dumb still does? How's? And what was all that Tinny's playing of yours?
Who you calling Tinny?
Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical direction bands they're always splitting up over.
This is hardly the time.
What's our used to's doing here's?
Hiya.
We were just discussing the investigations, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Wait. You were what?
Listen. You need to confirm stats with the Republics of Borginia's detectives, Crescens.
Right. Anything else? What did he just call him? Detective? Greetings.
Is that your hair, or are you just happy to see me?
Diane Crescend, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. Hello? Criminal Affairs?
Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Gavineers, do you?
Something tells me that's about to be remediated.
Yeah, some drama. Let's get some popcorn, exactly. All right, talk to me.
About the crime.
Which crimes do you mean?
The murder, what else?
Oh, that's, for me today, he's been hits parades of crimes you sees.
Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case, and I really hope he meant his motorcycle.
Anyways, I'm afraid you knows more about these killings of Mr. Latus than I do's. For now, at least.
Huh?
Yous were the ones who found the bodies, yeah? Whilst we were in the middle of performances, no less.
Are you gonna examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin?
I'll leave that to Fräulein's detectives. Wouldn't wants to step on her toes, don't you knows?
They're not exactly best buddies, are they? Emma and Prosecutor Gavin, I mean. Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. We might be the most informed for once. In a low bar, that is. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin could shed some light on things we found.
No, that is true. I got some keys. You want to tell me anything about them?
I was wondering if you knew anything about this.
That's
Does it look familiar? Jingle, 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 jingle.
familiars. It's mine. That's my key rings. I've been looking all over for it. Would you care to repeat that statement, sir?
What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin? I knew it. Apollo, how can you make that I knew it face? This is the key ring that was... Yeah, I know.
Thanks, anyways. So, where'd you find it?
Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it away from the killer. Even if it meant his life.
What? The victims? You mean Mr. Latus had my keys?
Indeed, sir.
When's will my trials be over?
Speaking of trials, I never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today. Emma was right about the fop, I'll give her that.
I am so glad it's fought and not another F word.
Apollo! Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today.
I really don't think that's...
Tell us! And we'll keep mum about the key ring for now.
Are you blackmailing me, froze lines? Yeah, what's it to you?
You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting? And something about your guitar case being busted?
You're as well informed for once, this is.
You mentioned it a few times. Like a lot of times.
Ach! It all happens this mornings. It's all this key rings' his faults.
The key ring?
It's got all my keys on it, yeah? Like most key rings just do. My bike's keys, my car's keys, and the keys to my guitar's case.
Wait, so this key ring...
It disappeared. I thought I put it in my jacket's pockets.
Prosecutor Gavin's key ring disappeared?
I had to come to these concerts by taxis, like regular schmucks. How's embarrassing. And in order to get my guitars out, I had to break the locks.
Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that...
The various ones, up in flames is this. And it's right on stage too.
I actually thought that was part of the show.
Crazies. And the tops, Mr. Latus's life was taken, this is. Nobody's told me about days like these. Your daddy should have mentioned this to me earlier. Is this joke say callbacks or somethings?
Strange days indeed.
You thinks?
What's wrong, Trucy? Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen. Then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then Mr. Latus dies.
Yes,
Could it all really just be a coincidence?
Coincidences? Meanings? Darian, can you make any sense of all of this? You're the fucking detectives after all.
Hey, don't look at me. What do you think, Apollo? Huh?
I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all of this was planned. You aren't stinkings what I think you're stinkings. Are you pinkies? Are you Fräuleins? I am.
What? What? Hey, don't leave me in a dark with Spike here. The name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about?
Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today?
Well, no, I haven't noticed.
You haven't?
I just don't see the connection. Sorry.
Well, don't just give up. Give it a little more thought.
Wait, you don't mean this,
Do you?
a lyric sheet? The guitar Serenade? What's that got to do with anything?
It has everything to do with everything. Though I wouldn't says believes it if the Fräuleins hadn't pointed it out.
What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles.
Maybe it is coincidences. Or maybe it means something. Don't you think, sis, Fräuleins? I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to this song.
What? No way!
Let me see this fucking thing. Oh, sugar, sugar, that night in your embrace, you stole away the keys. Something flew through the sky. I guess that part was accurate. Fire for it. Burning fire. And a bullet. So, okay. Well, this can't be accurate. Nothing's gone up into the fucking sky. Yet. Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. And I will come on. Let's list them in the order that they occurred while reading this lyric sheet.
First, the key ring was stolen.
And not just any key ring, a heart-shaped key ring.
That's right here. When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. This is a heart holding keys.
And next is guitar burst into flame.
Burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away. It is some fucking stupid lyrics, I have to say it.
And then Mr. Latos was killed.
Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away. But that's crazy.
Yeah, no kidding.
So everything that happened today here? This song predicted it all?
Or perhaps it was the other ways around.
Huh?
The criminals could have based their crimes on the lyrics.
But who would go through all that trouble?
Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubts. I believe you stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Fräuleins.
She looks pleased with herself.
Well, while we're here, tell me about your stupid band, just because I'm pretty sure you're dying to tell me about it. I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gaviners? It's not surprising. Why, even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existences once.
I know America exists.
America doesn't exist. It's a big conspiracy brought on by the deep state aliens. I don't have the JoJo meme wired for the scene, so I can't do it. The Gaviners aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Yeah, America might be involved in this. Each member is connected to the police somehow. You mean the band, the police, or law enforcement? Because one of these is a little bit more tolerable than the other. The police? Mean like Sting? The real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage. Who the fuck would go see a rock band that was entirely cops? Or watch an entire show based off of that premise? No, Pip, don't show them cop rock. Don't show them cop rock. There's not enough time in the day. By day, those lips interrogate. By night, they sing songs of unrequited passion. And by morning, they're shooting minorities. Oh, okay. They debuted 7 years ago with 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Who the fuck is specifically 13 years in prison? Then came Love with No Chance of Parole, and My Boyfriend is the prosecution's witness. Once upon a time, Journey was referred to as corporate rock. This isn't corporate rock. This is bootlicking rock. Anyway. The list of hits goes on, as does the rap sheet of violations against music. This rears my right hand's mens, Darian's crescends. I makes the melodies and he attacks them with his guitars and his guns. He's a bit of a rogue, is the release. And this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk. Just like today. I'd hope murder would be a bit more off-putting than a ruined concert. In concerts today's a disasters. I'll get to the bottoms of this and then we'll see who missed the freaking cues. The missed cue. Are they arguing about that before? Great, I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. All right, I'll humor you. Tell me all about your precious missed fucking cue. What's this missed cue you keep talking about? You heard this, didn't you? From the audiences. Actually, I didn't notice anything. See? No amateur is gonna pick up on that. Genzu's guarantees an entire audiences of amateurs knows, then takes looks at this. What's that? You have an entire mixing board shoved up your ass? A mixing board, this is. We use this to record our concerts tonight. Something similar is also being used to produce the shows, because I can fucking press buttons. The things that I'm saying on this thingies. Aren't we supposed to be investigating a murder? Well, we've come this far. May as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry. Hey, this place is all welcome on in. All right. This is but one of these devices used in recordings. We're a 5-parts bands. This lets us record each member's performances apart, let's please. You use these sliders to adjust the volumes for each part. This is. Checks it out. Okay, there goes the metronome. See, I can do that with my soundboard too. Wow, neat. So, could you say here only the drum part? Of course, but why the f would you want to hear the drummers? Until we'll find the criminals guilty of missing his cues tonight. I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people. You want help on the case? Then help with mine, you pissants. I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we brings up the parts of the performances in questions. You simply choose the sections of the songs you wish to hear on the uppermost bar. Like so. There it is. Now listen, this is. All right. Was something wrong? You couldn't hear it? Listen again closely. One of them is off. The timing's a little off, isn't it? You sees? There's right at the most important parts. And even the amateurs can hear it. An amateur with a mixing board, maybe. You're missing the points. Will never stamps out crimes until we're perfect. Perfects. Here goes again. Right, Herr amateurs, you will prove my points. Huh? Me? Yous will find the miscues. You will tell us which instruments, which parts is the guilty parties. But how? Did I not just explain it? Move the sliders with the buttons to adjust the volumes for each parts. Then you find the parts that hopelessly bungles the cue. You'll find this with your untrained amateur's ears, you dumb dildos. Nothing to do but try, Apollo. I guess. I'll admit, this looks kind of fun. First, a quick reviews. Use ups and downs to adjust the part volumes. Jumps to other sections of songs with the L and the R's. And yeah, I got it. Once you found the guilty parts, press X to point it out. Times to rocks. All right. Can I access the buttons up top, please? Hello? Oh, play. I'm gonna bring down 1, 3, and 2 and 3. I'm gonna bring down 5. I'm gonna lower 1 a little bit. No, that one sounds fine. Let's bring 2 back into this equation here. Bro, were you trying to start a lawnmower or something? What the hell was that? Something about that doesn't sound right. I'm accusing number 2 of sucking ass through a straw. Take that! I also forgot I turned the damn thing up. He was very vehemently into the accusation. This part is off. Which is that? Seconds guitars. It was you, Starsians. Well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. As well, that's all you have to say? That kinds of attitudes let killers walk free, Starsians. Here they go again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. Starting to feel like we're just wasting time. It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad. The mixing board's been added to the court record for some fucking reason. I still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love? The lyrics predicting a crime. Clavia? Seems a bit more than just coincidences to me. I have to agree. A key ring, the guitar, the murder. The key rings might have been dropped by accident, yet the victim was holding it. Ours who thinks it was unconnected. That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as ever. So the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics?
That sounds likely. Why would anyone do that? While we think about that, I'm gonna get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm gonna talk to the Borgidian embassy about this Mr. Latouche guy.
That's right, thanks, Darians.
I'll leave the pondering the mysteries to you. I'm out of here.
Well, anyway, that was a thing. Hey, foreign nationals, Mr. Latouche was killed. It seems that, like, that's what has to be the points of all of this. Yeah, his hair wiggles, too, I know. They left us with not only a murders, but a mysteries.
Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today. Maybe this is the real prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom.
I've had enough, franklies. If you find any more mysteries, do us me favors and keep them to yourselves, yas?
Yeah. I guess this is all we're gonna get from Prosecutor Gavin, not that we wanted any of it. That leaves La Miroir to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where La Miroir is now?
I had her goes to my dressing rooms with that pianist, Maki's Tobias, of course. She seems rather shocked by Mr. Latouche's sudden passings, don't you knows?
The Governor's dressing room. Got it.
All right, get me the hell away from this guy before he fucking bitches about the audio mixing of my own fucking Twitch show here. All right, something new here. Oh, it's that guy again.
Eek! Who's there? There he goes again. Who is that guy?
Why is he dressed just like you?
Huh? Trucy?
You know, he did look sort of familiar.
So he is a friend of yours.
No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember.
Curiouser and curiouser. Maybe that'll be solved in the next case.
Anyway, nothing in here has changed. We already looked at that earpiece on the floor, so I guess we'll go have a look at the Gavin's dressing room. Because supposedly La Miroir is in there. Alright, the Governor's dressing room.
Ah, La Miroir!
What? What has happened? I heard that Mr. Latouche has died.
La Miroir, you speak? I would have thought your voice would have been more iconic than that. I mean, you speak English?
Yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia. But I am not Borginian by birth.
But wasn't Mr. Latouche your interpreter?
Yes. It was Mr. Latouche's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see.
Then your pianist is also...
No, I'm pretty sure he doesn't speak English. No, Maki Tabai is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please tell me, what has happened to Mr. Latouche? Why did he...
Actually, Mr. Latouche was... Trucy! Huh? Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said? Not a word. But Mr. Latouche is La Miroir's manager. That's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she a related party? Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I'd suspect.
All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling.
I'm sorry. We're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions?
Of course. I'm always willing to help.
She's as calm as she looked on stage. I can't put my finger on why, but I liked this La Miroir.
Pourquoi mes mots regarde comme des wingdings? What is it, Maki? J'ai besoin de pizza, s'il vous plaît. What? But you'd be alone. Allez, allez-vous maintenant. Faites les vaches.
Oh, what seems to be the problem?
Maki, he's not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be all right?
Sure. Of course.
It's the hieroglyph of the individual, not force me. Yeah, I meant to say something about that. I love how he's dotting in a foreign language because his dots are different than everyone else's dots. Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about? Well, we could ask about yourself.
The Republic of Borginia. That's in Northern Europe, right? The giant unincorporated region of Europe?
I've never even heard of it. It's like you made it up. I started out singing in a restaurant. Then the producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am.
You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant. Producers tend to look for talent, Trucy. Ouch. Laviroir, you said you're not from Borginia originally? Were you born here?
Well...
Oh, is that supposed to be a secret? Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course.
Yes. It is something like this. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak on anything but Borginian in public.
Image is important, I guess.
She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely.
A real landscape painter in sound. A painter in what?
She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music.
That's the secret of your music's beauty, right?
You're very perceptive.
Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I?
I don't know. Let me get Universal Media Group on the phone. Okay, they want me to shoot you right now. Between the eyes or center mass? Okay, between the eyes. All right, lady, I'm gonna have to get you stand over here. I have to shoot you now per music industry regulations.
Stop while you're ahead, Trucy.
This landscape painter in sound, too, it's an image. A shtick, you might say. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? I wonder why I felt the need to emphasize that one word. Yes, in Borginian, La Miroir means the siren! I fear that perhaps already I am not the siren I once was. This feels important for some reason. Why don't you tell me about your pianist? Tell me about Maki. What's his deal?
Your pianist, Maki, was it? He's cute. Like a porcelain doll.
Borginia is also in Dino Crisis. Oh, Jesus Christ.
He's very European, I guess. I guess that's code for he's androgynous or something? I don't know.
I met him while singing in restaurants in Borginia. He is an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me.
It's like a fairy tale, almost.
I noticed he hardly leaves your
side.
Yes, well, he is blind. Wait, if he's blind, how does he know? He left the room. How does he know where he's walking?
Boy.
Not that one, that one. At first, I hesitated dragging him across the world.
He doesn't speak English either, does he?
He had never left Borginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Maki and I together are La Miroir. Together. Always. Tell me about your pianist is a phrase you wouldn't use in public and you are a musician. What? Why does everyone always laugh when I say that? I am asking about your pianist! He don't speak English and apparently he's blind. Now tell me about Mr. Latouche, the guy who's totally not a victim, but yes, it is. Remember, she doesn't know he's dead yet. Mr. Latouche was my new manager.
New?
Yes, from 3 months ago. around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I medalised him at Mr. Latouche at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard. And, as it turned out, my interpreter.
Interpreter? Even though you speak English?
Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here, obviously. You know, they don't speak English in every fucking corner of the world. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one. You know what? So in Japan, did they say she has a concert in America after this one? Though I fear that may have to be canceled now. Was Mr. Latouche in the Republic of Barguinia too? Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there's much I don't know about him, which is weird considering I hired him to oversee every aspect of my life. But what can I say? I'm irresponsible. And now I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died. I'm sorry. Wait, how do you know he's dead?
Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone.
Mr. Latouche was a talented man. The siren of the siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know? I am happy for him that it's become so well known.
The siren? That's what he meant!
Huh? Apollo?
You are the siren, right, La Miroir?
Oh, that is the meaning of my name in Barguinian, yes. It was the name my producer gave me, but why do you ask?
It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you.
What do you mean, important?
I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Plus, you already seem like you know more than you're letting on anyway. Siren. Turns out that's a very important word in this case.
How?
When we found Mr. Latouche, he was still alive.
What?
I heard him say something. His last words. Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Witness.
Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is siren.
He said siren. Really?
I was the only one there to hear it, but I'm sure that's what he said.
Mr. Latouche said that? Ask the witness?
And you're the siren, La Miroir. Did you see what happened?
Nani?
La Miroir?
Might I ask, are you with the police?
Well, no, I'm a defense attorney.
An attorney? Yet there have been no arrests, yes?
Is that a problem?
Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I would think. But La Miroir, I'm sorry, but I can't answer your questions. I'm not legally required to. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them.
Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us?
I believe we are through here.
I believe so.
Yeah, I mean, she is right. I mean, the fact that we're even investigating anything at all is fucking absurd. We're not being paid by the state to do this. I got one last question for you, though, darling. I'm gonna Columbo it. It's just one more thing. We found this at the crime scene. You wouldn't know anything about it by any chance, would you?
That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you?
My brooch, yes. Well, it may be mine.
Yours, La Miroir?
I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it.
Well, that explains the brooch we found at the crime scene. It was La Miroir's.
Do you have any idea what you're implying here?
Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it. So this brooch belongs to her. That begs the question. Is something wrong, Apollo? What was this brooch doing at the crime scene?
Any chance I can ask her about that? Doesn't seem like it. I think we've gotten everything we're gonna get out of her, so... Oh, now what's going on here? Gee, we sure are squeezing a lot of content out of 3 rooms in a hallway.
Whoa, who's there now? Ah, it's you. Where were you? Emma. Is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual.
You bet something's wrong! The impossible's happened! I got put on the Twitch front page for a month? Ah! It's all your fault, you know!
Oops, maybe it's about us leaving the crime scene?
What do you mean by impossible?
Well, it's gone! Utterly gone!
What's gone?
The body, stupid! What else? Mr. Latuse's body has disappeared! What? Prosecutor Gavin.
From yours vacant stairs, I gather you've heard the news.
I heard Mr. Latuse's body has gone missing.
Looks for yourselves. Yeah, it is a shocking lack of a body there. Quite the pickles. Quite these pickles indeeds.
How can you just stand there? We have to start the investigate.
There's no need for alarms, Frolein's detectives.
Huh?
All entrances and exits has been sealed. The bodies will not leave the buildings. So I suggest we go find ourselves a cadavers. There will be plenty of time to ponder the wise laters. Demonic Dark.
Hi, PiBcast.
Making a 20-month resub. Welcome back. Hope you all enjoying yourselves out there.
Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin.
Oh, Will finds him and Raptor's enjoying this.
How could Mr. Latuse's body just disappear? It's about the size of a brick shithouse. Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching. Let's go find a dead body.
Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but, Yes, Darians?
Say, Gate has gone missing. It was in a dressing room. Gator? Who's Gator?
That's what I call my guitar. You like, man?
I don't like your floppy dickhead.
Literally is a flopping dickhead. And the worst part is it's got the curve on it. That's the worst part. Yours guitars? Was stolen's? Is that in the fucking song too? Stole away the keys. Guitar to guitar up together to the... Oh no. Oh no. Is your guitar about to ascend to the heavens? This hasn't been a good day for guitars or gators. Okay, it's bodies first, then guitars. And if someone finds Zed's guitars, please bring this to our dressing rooms.
Gator's like a missing person, not lost and found, man.
Alright. Well, if I was the guitar, I guess I'd probably be on the stage. Is it just me or does something look different in here? Does something seem different to you? Yeah, okay, I'm not the only one noticing this.
Something is definitely different here.
Let's check it out. this stage is ascended. Like guitar was going up to the son of a bitch. That stage there must have been lowered before.
That's the tower that Lamy Warren and Prosecutor Gavin were singing on.
Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that to take a look up top.
Maybe we should get Emma.
What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves.
I'm not so good with heights.
Stop whining and start climbing.
Okay. It didn't look that high from below, really. But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. Eek! We found two things we were looking for and one thing we never expected to find. We found my left breast, my right breast, and The Meaning of Life, a DVD.
Or that. Well, that's just the end of a good night on the town, I suppose, if you're a fucking weird libertarian.
The body, guitar in hand, and the pianist Maki Tobai. And yeah. Okay. He's not dead, is he?
Meanwhile, back at home base, at the Right Anything Agency, the next morning.
Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry.
No kidding. Why did they arrest Maki? Why? Oh, he's under arrest.
Don't look at me like it's my fault. Maki Tobaye, the blind pianist.
I have so many questions.
Arrested on suspicion of murdering Romain Latouche.
I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible.
I guess they had proof of some kind.
What proof could possibly prove that? Mornings, this is.
The prosecutor Gavin. I don't remember opening up the front door for you.
What's the night, eh? I apologizes for being so upset. Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Maki? Why?
Don't look at him like it's his fault either.
It was tough for me too. We performs together that nights after all. Yet, the powers that be say that given the circumstances, it could only have been him.
What do you mean by the circumstances?
Leslie Wars was invited from Borgidias as ambassadors of goodwills. It's vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. It's all the powers that we want, really.
Well, those are circumstances, all right. But what makes Maki the only possible suspect?
As foreheads. You seems to have forgotten that you're talking to these prosecutions, the enemies. Yeah, but I'm not his attorney. Am I?
Ah, right. I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. He's less of a douche. I mean, he's still a douchebag, but it's the acceptable kind of douchebag.
I'm not at liberties to discuss the particulars of the case. Especially not to these defense attorneys.
What? What'd you just say? Me? What?
That's what I came to tell yous. He's down at these detention centers. He wants to request your services.
Hey, you mean Maki? Maki wants me? He doesn't want a competent attorney?
This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going.
Right.
Good lucks. Fuckface. I'm off to questions Vladimir Wars.
Right. Later. Oh, I hope I'm up to this.
Oh boy. Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible. Oh, you should watch The Omen sometime.
You said that already.
Okay, but he's saying ... in a foreign language. Maki, everything's gonna be okay. We're here for you. Hi. Maybe you can tell me about last night? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a la douche fait ici? Huh? Oh, pour le monde de ciel, je devrais attacher David, s'il vous plaît. That was when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this, in a country so far from everything he's ever known. And he only speaks in wingdings. Maybe Lamirwar can help? But didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Good lucks! I'm off to questions Lamirwar's. Well, what are we gonna do? That's, a good question. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this. And hope for the best at trial tomorrow. Oh mon dieu, je suis très fucked. You gonna tell me the defense does not include a translator? Apparently not. Yeah, we'll save our current progress here. Why not? What we're gonna do? We're gonna take a little BRB. Permit y'all to get up and stretch, change out your water, whatever you gotta do when we come back. It's time to go to court. We'll be right back. Yes. Yeah. Ah, damn it fell out. What are you doing here? Come on. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Look, anyone who's played Arkanoid or any of the breakout games, when the ball gets past the bite. Yeah. Oh, howdy. How you doing? Well, that's a mood.
Are you going to participate in the reunion? If so, could you please fill out your RSVP card? I have to know exactly how many people are coming to the reunion so I know how much to set this order and how many people I have to yell at the fire marshal because he likes to be a real jackass about exact room occupants and stuff like that.
I don't even know what a reunion is. I'm being a very angry bottom about this right now. All I want that thing is to go all the way back there. Oh! Look. You're not doing a good job topping me until it's in so deep it feels existential.
In the city of Los Angeles, it is a trying time for the law. The bench trial system is reaching the limits of its capability. Throughout the turmoil, many defendants are represented by an ace attorney known as Apollo Justice. These are his stories.
Time to go to court, baby.
Court is now in session for... How the fuck do I say that?
Marquis to Baiz, your honors, is these pixies of the arpeggios.
Right, his trial. Court is in session.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
His prosecutions is A-OK, Herr Judge.
Very well. Prosecutor Gavin.
That's my opening statements, yes?
No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about.
Yes, this is...
Say you're gonna visit someone in a hospital with an incurable disease.
Your Honor, is this an appropriate place to ask you questions like this?
What do you say to them? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down.
What are you talking about?
Actually, I'm gonna visit someone who's terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son.
The Chief Justice?
His son is afflicted with a most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day.
Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for?
In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly.
You're in luck, Herr Judges. I believe you'll be going on your hospital's visit sooner than you think.
Hey!
First, to review the victims in this case. Romains is Latus, age 35. The global managers for divas, songstresses, les miroirs. A cause of death was blood loss due to being shot by large calibers revolvers. This report is all these details.
Court accepts this into evidence.
Autopsy report added to the court record. Death due to loss of blood from gunshot wound. Estimated time of death between 9 and 9:30 p.m.
45 caliber. That's quite large, isn't it? Direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet.
However, the bullet struck him in his shoulders. Unfortunately, it wasn't like in those action movies when they got shots 4 times, but this somehow manages to avoid every vital organs. This one's apparently got shot in the one place in his body he was keeping all the bloods. Death was unfortunately not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved.
I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse considering.
The photos been added to the court record, which, did he try to write something? Yeah, we tried to investigate that earlier, but the game didn't really have any venue for discussing it. 2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed, the others penetrated and passed through these victims' shoulders. Both bullets were found in the walls at the scenes. Observe these diagrams. This is where the bullets hits.
I see. The court accepts this evidence.
The diagram has been added to the court record, which shows where his body was, where the gun was found, how the door opens, and where the shots hit the wall.
We're talking about a 45 caliber revolver. We must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use.
Hey, call me mommy. Welcome on in as well. And Marcos, how you doing?
Really? Yeah, apparently weapons this size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire once, it'd break every bone in his body.
The defense will take more care in choosing examples.
As I was saying, the victims was shot backstage in dressing rooms. This dressing rooms is only one entrance, this doors.
That does seem to be the case, yes.
However, there was witnesses who heard these gunshots.
He's talking about you and Emma, huh?
Yes, once the witnesses entered the rooms, it was empty, save for the victims' bodies, of course.
But that's impossible.
Exactly. This murders was impossible. Why the fuck are we even here? Okay, but can he fist me like the way he just fisted that wall? for all but one's persons.
One person?
That is, of course, this is, his defendant's Makis Tobai.
Only this defendant could have committed the crime. But how?
It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scenes makes it clears.
Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand.
That's Detective Emma Sky. Your names and professions, please.
Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow.
Security at the concert, you say?
Some security I was couldn't even stop a moida.
Now, don't blame yourself. Look, people get shot and killed all the time in this country. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know?
I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about those bigger mistakes.
In any case, this is because you were on security's details, the crimes was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killers.
Nani?
You may give the courts your testimonies if you would. Describes the circumstances of dead days and your discoveries of the crimes, please.
All right.
All right. Detective Emma Sky's testimony, the murderous circumstances.
The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it.
Sure.
It was lucky that a detective was the first on scene.
But that door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. And I don't get it. How can I say that Maki did it? Looks like we need a bit more information.
Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination.
Here we go.
Not that button, this button.
I'd like you to expand on this if you could, please.
The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was the detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, allows me to explain. I smelled some things that days, you might say. The stenches of conspiracies. That days at these concerto halls.
Conspiracy?
Well, isn't it oblivious? This is my keys. That whole mornings knows the whole days was ruined it. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I just want a picture of him sweating. Settle down there, Sweaty. I couldn't ride my hogs to these shows or use my motorcycles. I couldn't open my guitar's case.
There he goes again. Isn't it possibly simply misplace them?
Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into murder's victims' hands on their own. Yeah, how come we're not asking about that?
What's this, Prosecutor Gavin? If your keys are in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect.
I forgot how good he is at air guitar. Loves, slows actings and snooze. Astros quinines is waiting for you.
He's singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top?
The killings happen since the middles of my concerts. I have how you say's alibis. I was like sailors adrift on seas of sounds. Anyways, I didn't want anything else stolen. So I put the detectives with the most times on their hands on the task.
I see. I guess I can accept that.
Well, I can't. What do you mean time on the hands?
Please, the testimony. I don't want to hear about this. Oh, I'm gonna get you for the rating, you fop. I think that's the term I used earlier. Only people involved with the concert in some way were involved backstage. And why was I allowed back there?
We were let in, though.
I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you.
I gave the Fräulein special permissions to be theirs. I wanted to see hers again.
Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now.
Can someone please notify Internal Affairs? I think we need to put Prosecutor Gavin under surveillance.
Gee, great. Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off.
So no other outsiders were there then.
And then...
All right. Ding of the Third has set you heard shots. I did too. We were there.
I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots.
You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos. Ah, hey, no snacking in court.
And you're sure these shots came from Lasmuar's rooms?
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Katonk.
Ah, thanks. So,
How about it, Emma? We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about... Please, either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Cool. Right, okay, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer, they opened up the dressing room door.
Went in a room with blaring rock and found the body.
rock? You thought that was rock? That sounded like rock to you?
Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days?
That's right. And we went into the dressing room. Music was blaring over the speaker in the wall.
They piped sound in from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage, as opposed to being backstage snorting cocaine off of somebody's dick.
Did it have to be so loud?
You don't listen to these governors with your ears. You feel it with your entire bodies and souls. I always test the backstage monitors its full volumes.
When we walked in the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. Yes, please tell me more about this genre of popular music. If you could hear that music playing,
Then everyone's on stage for that song has alibis, including myself, sisters.
anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation.
You examine a room and determine whether the defendant could have done it. Yeah, but why though? What are you holding out on me here for?
How could you know something like that?
As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know that there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility. The air vent. Ah!
But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Oh, fuck.
Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child.
A child? Wait, how old is this defendant? He's 14. We can't even... Why are we having a first-degree murder child for a 14-year-old? That's not how this works.
Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with a concert were allowed.
And of all these peoples involved with the concerts, only one is small enough to be considered a child's.
The defendant?
Yeah, but Trucy is like 1 year older than him. Maybe she murdered him. Maybe she's the killer. I mean, I can't personally account for her whereabouts when the murder happened. She says she was listening to the concert, but I don't know how we verify that. The pixie of the arpeggios flitted up towards the skies and disappeared from the scenes of the crimes.
But that's just conjecture.
Oz, there was no other ways out of that rooms. Yous was there. You should know there's foreheads.
Nani?
And there is not a vital piece of evidence. What could you make with it, please?
Evidence? What? In a court of law? You're kidding.
Marks were found in the Advent grill. Traces that had recently been opened.
Wait, what?
And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant Maki Tobai's fingerprints.
What?
Oh dear.
Order!
That event was only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grills. Well, here's foreheads. What fairy tales does this suggest to you? Only ones could pass through that vents, that's doorways to heavens, as it were. And that one is our pixies. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience. Yeah, but can anyone verify that?
So this was his decisive evidence.
Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough of that.
Huh?
Prosecution is a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. I like it. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit.
I'm sure the Chief Justices will appreciate the gestures. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminals left decisive evidences for us. That will have to be enough.
It can't be over already. How am I going to fill the rest of this time slot?
Very well, I believe this trial's finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence,
the prosecution has presented our proofs, clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidences, it's be better be clear and plain.
Apollo, that got us in the ropes already. That's a record. We better come up with something quick. I know. Think. What can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Maki is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that,
Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you better tell us about it now.
This is it. It's so soon. If I mess up this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof. I'm going to call multiple character witnesses, each shadier than the last. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure?
Absolutely. I swear it's on my career as prosecutors. And on my million-seller hits, Esther Cry, my love.
There he goes again. That's too bad, because there was a witness.
Oh, really now? But how did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not?
Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? I just talked to him, and now... Huh? He's alive! Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Cold, please turn off air conditioner. Witness!
You're cold? Don't worry, you're gonna be dead real soon. Help is on the way.
Can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who is the witness?
Witness is one. What? The victim said this before he died?
Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not.
What do you mean by that?
All we know is what Terra Forehead says he says. It's no testimonies, especially since it comes from these defense attorneys themselves.
But that's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. But apparently, you ignored me completely.
It's my policies to fully investigate everything I deems relevant. Clearly, this rookie's lawyers thinks he can tell me how to do my fucking jobs.
That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty.
Perhaps it's the first penalties than usual is called for here?
There's no backing out now.
Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice.
Well, only one person here goes by the nickname the Cyan. Welcome to the stage, La Miroir.
La Miroir?
Recall Mr. Latusse's last words that I claim he said.
The witness is silent. The siren? Ah, he meant the siren. That's the word he said.
That's right, the siren of the ballad, La Miroir. La Miroir was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness.
I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin,
my claim still stands. There was no witnesses to these crimes.
very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Scott's cross-examination. Please, show me your word in the witness stand.
La Miroir would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. Or we'll have to beg, borrow, cheat, and steal it out of her. Whatever. It's how things usually go on this show.
Nanis! Does that mean horses? No, you're not getting free horses on a show like today. It is my distinct honor to welcome the sirens of these ballets to our courtroom. You are too kind.
You can speak English?
Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know.
You speak so well. Have you spent time here before?
Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language. Nor where I studied it. Maybe it was Police Academy movies, I don't know.
Huh? What does she mean she doesn't know?
I too started to call sirs as witnesses, but I did not. I had reasons, of course, this is.
Well, what's that?
Las Miroirs suffers from Zansnoozes. Snozzies? Snuzzles? Sneezias?
Amnesia?
La Miroir is not my true name. Yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Wow, she's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singers Las Miroirs, she lives the good lives. There's our little difficulties for her, thanks to her successes. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stresses.
I see. I care surprisingly little about people's past. You have nothing to fear in this court, La Miroir.
Oh, thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness? What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Las Miroirs, let's me be Franks, or Jeffs, or Peters, or whatever's. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wise foreheads over there was adamant that you stands. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo, you're an asshole.
Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime.
All right. Let's do it to it. I'm so happy the judge likes La Miroir's voice. I'm a big fan of it. What I saw. As for what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I must say, you sounded wonderful just testifying.
I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying.
There as you have it. She saw nothings that night. Now we can only praise its defenses descends to admit its defeats. And refrains from detaining her here longer than she needs to be.
Wow, it just got better, Apollo. What a fuckface. Way to go.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet.
La Miroir wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what.
Well then. Actually, there are a few things I want to ask you about. You saw nothing. That night, you were invited to sing on stage, and that you did. You did not return backstage after the second set. I'd like to ask you about that a little bit.
You did not return backstage once? Where were you then? What were you doing?
I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing.
And was Maki with you at the time?
Unfortunately, I do not know where he was.
So much for an alibi for Maki.
Well, see, it's interesting that you state that you did not return backstage after the second set.
It is interesting that you say that. What would you say if I were to suggest there's evidence that at some point you returned to the backstage after your set? Objection! I'm sorry, La Miroir, but I'm having trouble believing you.
Nani?
You remember this brooch, do you not?
Why, that's La Miroir's. She was wearing it for her songs.
Thank you, Prosecutor Gavin, for helping my point. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin?
What did I say?
This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime.
What?
La Miroir, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And, as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night.
Oh, for f***'s sakes. Her face mask is an upside-down question mark.
What is the meaning of this? La Miroir, please explain.
Nani.
La Miroir?
Nani. Oh, pour l'amour du ciel. She says English is quite difficult. This is.
That trick's not gonna work here.
Oh, mon Dieu. Sacrifice. Tête de merde. Les frères Mario. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer as truly. But you have missed one's important facts.
What now?
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a l'individual dans ma wingdings qui est sur les pieds tes mains? Qu'est-ce qu'il y avait avec ça? In fact, at the times of the incidences, I went backstage, but only for the moments.
What?
S'il vous plaît, est-ce que pour l'amour du ciel, please parler en anglais, s'il vous plaît. Think back to the moments of the crimes. You know whereof I speak, this is.
Is she really saying all that? Is there any chance she's actually just speaking gibberish French?
What's she talking about, Apollo?
Right when the incident occurred. Ah! Is she talking about that?
Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup.
Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Wait, this is a flashback. I'm supposed to have the echo thing on. Okay, I'm not repeating this line for the 400 millionth time. Yada, 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 blah, 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 blah. Would you die already?
Yipes, Emma! What was that? Who's there?
What's wrong?
Emma, did you see anyone just now?
Huh? No.
I could have sworn I heard a door close.
Oh. I looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you.
So this was when your brooches dropped this is.
That explains that. It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it.
But that's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch?
Heads for heads.
Yeah, what?
She has raised the possibilities. The only things that can counter this is evidence.
So she looked in at the crime scene. Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice.
Heads for heads shouting, who's there is no doubts. A horrible voice is indeed.
What the fuck?
I closed the door immediately. Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony.
That's too convenient. She's hiding something. La Miroir, you did look into the room though, right?
Yes.
Testify as to what you saw.
Very well. Though it was only the briefest of glimpses. When my performance was finished, I went backstage for just a moment. You saw nothing. The late Mr. Latouche's body was behind a wall. So, one thing chat may not be aware of because we skipped the tutorial case, the subsequent one, is Apollo Justice has this sort of poker tell type mechanic where something on him subconsciously activates and he thinks he sees something in a witness that's making them flinch. Settle down up there, fan. Is that my fan making all that goddamn noise? Give me 2 seconds here, chat. Excuse me for one moment. Oi! Shut the fuck up. There it goes. It's winter, but drag is still warm, so I have a fan back there. Yeah, you can't hear it, but I can hear it. Anyway, I'm going to see if she's bullshitting me. You saw nothing. The late Mr. Latouche's body was behind a wall. Let's keep our eyes open here. Hello, Wild Child Cartoon. Welcome on in. Let's look for other things. The late Mr. Latouche's body was behind a wall. Why does she look like she's swallowing all the cum in the world about Mr. Latouche's body? I saw nothing, and now I'm inhaling all the cum. The late Mr. Latouche's body. What about that part of the statements got you so uppity?
Gotcha!
The late Mr. Latouche's body, you say?
Yes. Also, when did we get to Castlevania Symphony of the Night?
You know something more about Mr. Latouche's death than you are saying.
What?
I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow all the cum in the world, apparently. You can't fool my eyes, or all of that cum. Nani?
It is true. It was so terrible after all, swallowing all that cum. Why did Mr. Latouche have to be shot?
One moment, La Miroir.
Yes?
What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latouche have to be shot?
Yes?
She was hiding something. I knew it. La Miroir, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony.
Huh? How could that be?
Take this. La Miroir contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it.
Yeah, so here's the thing, and she actually also mentioned, remember during the investigation when she also seemed, she did tell us that he was dead, which she wasn't supposed to know. We also have this investigation request, stated as follows here. To ensure the efficiency and secrecy of our investigation, the bearer is hereby ordered to speak to no one outside the investigation concerning any details of the case. How did you know he'd been shot?
Tell me, La Miroir, how did you know he had been shot?
Huh? Well, it's America. It was a wild guess.
Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene, which should help with that swallowing problem you've been having. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing.
Nani?
Yet you knew that Mr. Latouche had been shot. How could you have known?
Nani?
Jeez!
Swallowing problem. There's been a problem for you? Yeah, me neither, Mickey. How you doing? Mickey, I don't know if you saw it, but this witness had a huge tell where it looked like she was swallowing all the cum in the world. We were hyper fixating on her throat.
La Miroir, you aren't hiding something from this court, I hope.
Nani?
That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet.
Now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony. Of course, this is. All we wants to know is the truth. This is. Prosecutor Ken looks so satisfied with himself. Horns of a feather, indeed. She looks kind of pale, huh?
She saw something. I know it. Even the victim said so.
All right. You saw I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Latouche had been shot.
Only a glimpse, yet you knew they were bullet holes?
Yes, I recognized them immediately. I have seen bullet holes before, you know. You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our countries. Not fucking likely, pal. Go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days. That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like La Miroir someday. I plans on recording my next albums overseas. Their studios have different sounds, you knows.
Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour, too.
No. No, the truth is so much more simple. You saw bullet holes in the wall, knew Mr. Latouche had been shot. See, it's interesting that you mention that. Earlier in court, we were presented with this testimony that shows many vital things in a room. Namely, the victim's body, where the gun was found, where the door is, where the bullet holes are. I can't help but notice that if the door is flung open, you might not have been able to see the bullets.
Objection!
La Miroir, they call you the siren of the ballad, but lies are hardly becoming of such a creature.
A put-down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Stop polishing your foreheads and start polishing your characters, yeah?
Come on, can't I be cool for once?
Just like Rio said in the other room. No!
Observe the diagram. La Miroir, you looked in from the door for just a moment. Correct?
Her outfit is a sleigh, that is correct. Yes, that is so.
There were bullet holes in the room, yes? But they were in the wall the door is on. You see, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes.
Youk!
La Miroir?
Yes?
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you? I must tell you what it is that I saw?
Yes? Are you not familiar with the concept? The happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Borginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. Falls for you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining hers will yield us absolutely nothing. Hey, Andy. And Lollipop.
But she knew how Mr. Latouche died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, La Miroir.
Very well. La Miroir, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall. All right, give me something new. What I saw, part 2. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there, and that's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it, but it wasn't Maki. It was a grown person. I know it was. Okay.
So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say?
This is my first time hearing this, I can assure you. This is nice plays, Harris Foreheads.
Thanks?
Very well, Harry. Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo. You were right about La Miroir. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells funky. That's what's wrong. Huh? Nani?
Alright, well, there's one particular bit here that's of interest to me. We do know there was that little mirror there. 2 shots, we acknowledge that. It wasn't Maki. How do you know it was a grown person?
A grown person? That's a little vague.
I'm sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly, you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female. Again, we let the NBs off the hook for this one, so that's why we're not correcting them on the pronouns, because we figure you weren't going to kill people. At least not get caught doing it anyway.
It was a man. A young man.
And you're sure of that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear.
Voice?
Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room is quite cluttered.
Yes, the NB Ninja era, exactly.
It does seem likely that you would have a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
It was a different time.
So you heard the voices, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victims, Mr. Latouche's? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Latouche who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. You were at the window when you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is good testimony. That proves it wasn't Maki. Nani?
Indeed. This turns out to be true. It would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony?
Pretty good. I like it.
Well, I'd have to say it's pretty good. Vital, even. This shows that the shooter wasn't Maki. Haas! Huh?
Surely you can't be serious, Harris Foreheads.
Why not?
Last mirrors. I understand why you would want to protect Makis. He's your pianist after all. Yet remembers, you are the sirens of these ballads. And lies do not become such as creatures.
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about? How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that?
I recalls the states of the crime scenes quite well.
The state of the room?
Yes, and when the murders took place, that windows was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. Then bro, how come I hear everyone's music when they're driving down the road? What? But I'm sure. Las Noir, I have nothing but the highest regards for your musical senses. But my opinions of you as witness is somewhat lessers.
Objection!
Hey, fuck you!
But she's the only eyewitness we have.
Objection!
So you says. As the victims names hers, the sirens as these witnesses?
That's right. That's what Mr. Latouche.
We heard your claims. We even entertained these possibilities, and this has brought us to this is. Herr judges.
Yes?
The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request.
What the fuck?
There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility.
But if Lamiroir can't testify,
Then we don't have a chance of proving Maki's innocence. Yeah, but they haven't proven his guilt. How the fuck did he fire 2 shots at that fucking gun and live? Also, if he's like 4 feet tall, he shoots at fucking the mountain from Game of Thrones, the bullets would be in the ceiling.
This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Dankes. Now, where were we? Yes, I would like to hear some Fräulein's detectives again. Yeah, the ballistics doesn't add up at all.
wait, let me hear Lamiroir's testimony one more time.
The cross-examination is already over. Till such a time as need arises, his witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry, I could not be of more assistance. Well. That's last back to the real trials. Ready, Harris Foreheads?
I hope I didn't just miss my only chance.
Fräulein's detectives, how far since we got this until we were so rudely unsterupstices? Don't ask me! I just like saying the same things twice. And I never repeat the songs for and on Scorsies.
If you would, Miss Guy.
I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latouche's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling.
Yes, there was only one door in the room, and a witness, you, who was standing in front of it.
That air vent isn't very big, see? Kinda limits the people who could possibly get through.
I certainly would have a difficult time.
You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant. A virtuoso's performances. I couldn't have put this better myself, sisters.
She does state a clear case. Though, reading the report, something caught my eye.
O's? What's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest.
The circumstances? Again?
Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Maki? That was bizarre. Yeah, it was.
She's right. Why did Mr. Latouche's body disappear from the room and end up on top of that stage tower?
Holding a guitar, no less.
A perceptive's observations, Harris Judges.
Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work at this job long enough. Yeah, you get a note for things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fräulein's detectives. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us with really nice bows. Why was the body's moves this? And how does it lead us to these colors? How can she know that? Yeah, why would Maki be unconscious, at least knocked out as well? If you right, like how would he get the body up there? There's so many questions. I believe Maki stole the body because there's some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamirwar's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Maki practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant.
Lamirwar's song?
Yes, these guitar serenades. You remember the stupid songs from 2 days ago? You noticed it's codes too, did you not?
It's code?
All of the events that day follows the lyrics to our songs. First, the keys my heart held onto so tightly were stolen. Then, Prosecutor Gavin's guitars burst into flames on the stage. I know, I even recorded canned lines that I could play when that part of the cutscene hit. Who knows what my dumb still those guitars doing?
Mr. Latus's life was taken by a bullet. Of love, apparently.
The rest hardly needs explanations. Guitars, up together's Tuesday's guys.
That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale. I admit, I'd forgotten about the song, mostly because it's so forgettable. But there it is now, waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were.
Hey, you know, I was the one that first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting the songs and fucking the songs, but killing? Oh, that just ain't right.
Easy wise worlds outstairs, Harris Judge.
Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get to the next. The cross-examination. I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing.
No, you are not. Yeah, you should have watched Reservoir Dogs. You'd be surprised what could happen to a Steel as Wheel song. Alright. So here's the deal. You believe Maki stole the body because of some lyrics, but why? It's the stupidest fucking thing ever.
Who would steal a body just to match some lyrics?
I didn't believe it myself, but it can't just be a coincidence. It is as Fräulein Detective says, Let us begin with the first verse, if you would, Fräulein's detectives. What? You want me to sing it? You are the witness, yeah? Or did you want me to sing? I warned you, my fees as vocalist is not trivials. Fine. Ahem. Let's look at the first part of the lyrics, shall we? When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. Indeed, my favorite heart-shaped key rings was stolen that mornings. Next, we go to the right page of the lyric sheet, where we find burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. As we know, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. By reading these lyrics literally, along with our bigoted attitudes towards foreigners, we can see this unconscious child was obviously the killer. Exactly. Mr. Latus's life was taken by a bullet, you see. Bravo, Fräulein Detective! Your singings is not bad. Now, for the finales. Guitar up together to the sky. As it says in the lyrics, Mr. Latus's was found with the guitars, highs in the skies over the stage. No series of coincidences could be so well conserved. He's right, scientifically speaking.
What would Wacky have said? That concert was whack?
That was the previous case. It's hard to argue when she pours her heart into it like that. Anyway, the shooter. Anyway, he moved the body to match Lamarwar's song. Yeah, alright. Known as country had a motive to kill the victim. Left his signature at the scene. What, pray tell, is Maki Tobaye's signature? Would you care to explain?
What do you mean by his signature?
The bullet holes in the wall, of course.
The bullet holes?
The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall.
And that means what exactly?
That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. It can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would have been difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
I don't know, I play Call of Duty. I've missed at that range a lot.
Very.
Assuming the shooter could properly aim.
No, you can't be serious.
Maki, he can't see. That's why he missed. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Right, the kid is blind. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. I would have thought that would have put the bolt in the damn ceiling because he's short. That reminds me, the monitors in that rooms was blaring as the times, yas. Hardly ideal conditions for trackings by sounds.
A blind shooter. No wonder he missed.
I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice. What do I do now? I think I'm gonna raise an objection, duh. Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall, but that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see.
Holes? How so's?
Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim.
Well, that's certainly possible.
And it might have been the revolver's fault.
The revolver?
The revolver was a very large caliber, correct?
If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder.
Exactly. The defendant, Maki Tobai, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim.
A convincing argument, to be sure.
Take that, smug prosecution.
Apollo? I think you just proved their point.
Huh? What?
That bit about Maki being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim. Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it?
Oh!
It does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooters was, without doubt, the defendants. Even the defense seems to agree on that points for some reasons.
Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time.
But let's get the facts of the matters on the records. If you would, those lines, detectives,
Objection.
Stable
Enigma
Line,
point.
thank you for the 23 months. Welcome back. Your 50s raid subs and tippies to this channel. I'll never required. Always appreciate it. Thank you.
Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony.
Right. From the stated crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind.
Go on. You can't say it was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof per se. Huh?
The most realistic thing about this whole scenario is how insistent they are about trying to frame the poor blind kid who doesn't speak English so that a few wealthy, influential people aren't inconvenienced. Yes. Very that, yes.
You have merely raised possibilities. Huh? Fräulein's detectives has made a most logical conjecture based upon the evidences. Of course, there's more evidence than just bullet holes. These defendants was the only ones who could have escaped through the air vents, just like it's the fuckings amongst us. Objection! But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vents in the first place? A very good point. Well, Fräulein's detectives, if you would cares to explain. Yeah, reasonable doubt. Yeah, where the fuck did that go? Beyond a reasonable what? He certainly seems pretty sure of himself. Recall the crime scene, if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Maki Tobai. He would have known that there would be a way out at the top of that stepladder. But why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured this out for yourselves. You only needed to consider what that stepladder was doing there in the first place, you dumbasses. Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder. Well, there's foreheads, outs of ammunitions, perhaps. I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place. No, now that you mention it. Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of the central points. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though? You know, I think I've got just the thing. Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, there's foreheads, you dums. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Maki, who's blind, did it. The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim the shooter couldn't see.
Well, there's just one thing, actually. It's really handy that you gave us this photo of the victim after he had passed. Of particular interest seems to be the smudges at the top of the photograph. How does a blind person know that someone was trying to write a dying word in blood?
Take that! This is that evidence. A photograph of a crime scene? I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There is something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point.
Then perhaps you'd best show us these somethings. Get your fingers out to debris and put this to good use, yeah? Why do we have a helper? Is she like a backup attorney? I mean, there's usually a pair of attorneys in court cases sometimes.
Very well. Shows what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the scene of the crime is...
that.
Take that! The contradiction is right here. The smeared bloodstains? I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head. Much like a gesture I've seen many times in this court.
It's almost as if he wrote something? Aha, I get it.
At least, I think I get it. Gets what, Fräuleins? When Mr. Latus was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here.
That does seem to be a distinct possibility.
The victim wrote the killer's name? It's certainly a logical conclusion. That's right, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind.
Neither would I's. No one else has anything else to say?
About what?
So the prosecution accepts this. You agree that this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer. And that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latos was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait a second.
Once he saw what it was...
What did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Hack! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Maki Tobai, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible! I'm an acting queen.
Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means.
No.
I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear the shooter could see. Yet up until now...
It seems I owe the court since apologies. The governor's ours bends with law enforcement ties. It's a murder has occurred. Stop avoiding the subject. During those concerts, apparently this caused some confusions over jurisdictions. Look, I'm going to quote everyone's favorite trans movie when I say, you give me that my diction crap, I'll shove it up your ass. As the result, some reports were not filed in entirely timely manners. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't. And he's about to tell us. I've got some ideas. Let's rocks! With these documents. Let's not. But before that, I have questions for Fräulein's detectives. If I may. What? Tells me, why do you think this Maki Tobai is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. Why does Truce look like a magician? She is a magician. He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lamruar lead him around by the hand all the time? No way! I have reports here on the defendants, Maki Tobai's. According to this, Maki Tobai is waiting a very long time. Waiting a very dramatically amount of time. Can see perfectly well. What? His blindness was merely publicity employed by those clever Borginians, is this?
You played us like a damn fiddle!
But you based your entire case around this, you Nimrod! He can see quite well.
Objection!
But you said... What did I say exactly? Oh, you motherfucker. Herr Foreheads, not once in the course of his trials have I claimed that the defendants was blind. The only ones who did that was Fräulein's detectives. But that's a mistrial. If you're not giving me evidence that's part of discovery. A significance fact, yes. Consider Maquis Tobias sees. And he was the only one who could have fled through the air vents. I sees no problems with this. But what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes I believe Harris Foreheads neatly explains those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't seize. It was the kickbacks from these 45 caliber's revolutions. A simple accident, in other words, is. Ack! How's that? I'm afraid your objections has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, there is Foreheads. Yeah! Well, I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk! Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry, sisters. That's no way to apologize, you fucking prick. He's angered the Trucy now. Look out. If we could please end the bickering now? Whatever, I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solve this case if it kills me. But your testimony's already given us enough to convict the defendant. Don't say that. Ha ha! What? It's bloodstain. A criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written here. Huh? Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it. You ever watch CSI or something? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Oh, yes. Have we done those tests yet? Did we? As if I'm gonna tell you. The bloodstains covered the sections of these carpets. In order to perform blood tests, that sections was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in courts now. Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? You just have to spray luminol on it. Simple. A chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. All right, Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just press A to spray an area. Here, give it a try. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Apollo, your hand's shaking. Yeah, let's do this. All right, IPXX314206. Fucking AI wrote this. Wow, it really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is. The killer was a robot. Ah, I have it. So what is it? I thought those letters IPXX looks familiar. This is an Interpol's IDs numbers. Interpol? Mean a national police agency? Yes, most are undercover agents solve international criminals. But why would he write that numbers? Why would Mr. Latus even know a number like that? Good show, Fräulein's detectives. Rocks on. Eh? Your Honors, we can verify these numbers immediately. Darians, are you theirs? Come up to these witness stands. Darians, you heard what we needs. Go check into this Interpol's IDs numbers. Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. Give me 27. I'm not sure what to think of all this. Prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet, if this number really is that of an Interpol agent... Oh, wait, I know. What if Maki Tobai is really an undercover Interpol agent? That's what's be a possibilities. Possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain.
Why did Mr. Latouche know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know.
Like, what's my ID number? I think I have an ID number on this. My ID number is PB69420. Actually says right there underneath Deputy Director. You might be able to make it out. Yeah, it says PB69420. My sex is not with you, apparently. I don't think I've actually shown this whole thing off, but yeah, it's a real badge and everything. Very totally real. Marks me as a PIB agent. Well, so we have some time whilst we await Darian's reports. This is Let's Rocks. Let's work on unraveling some others mysteries, shall we? I swear to fucking God, if this is about the blip in a concert again. Hey, curious mysteries concerning Maki's Tobai's.
What are you talking about?
Fräulein's detectives, please accept my apologies. I received words that these defendants could, in fact, seize just before these trials began. It seems too much of a bothers to tell yous. You had me until that last bit. Does this not raise rather straightforward questions? Well, sure. Why did Maki pretend he couldn't see? Exactly. It makes little senses. What do you think, Terrace Foreheads?
Huh? Me?
Maki's Tobias pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he?
He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time.
Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kinds of games? By definition, yes. Anyway. Knows that the moments I heard Seth's reports, I knew wise. I suppose people have sold over 1 million records really are something else.
What does that have to do with anything?
There was reasons why Maki's Tobai's pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sakes. Getting the pictures nows?
It wasn't for himself?
Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows his body defendant had to feign blindness?
The fuck would I present? Oh my God. Oh no.
Maki had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means no, it couldn't be.
Good shows there's foreheads. It seems you've thought of some things, this is you stumsdildos.
Yeah. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. The sightseeing musician is blind.
That is La Miroir?
La Miroir and Maki Tobai. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country.
La Miroir and the pianist? They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him.
That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go.
All times.
Yet we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Maki could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time?
Well, wasn't it part of their performance?
I think there's a simpler explanation. Maki did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing.
Really?
Really, it was the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was La Miroir.
What's this? So you mean to say that La Miroir is... she's...
Yes, Your Honor. La Miroir is blind.
What? This rustles the courtroom's jimmies.
Order in the court. This is crazy. Prosecutor Gavin.
Is this Nels?
Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim.
The only things outrageous I sees about the defenses is vast foreheads. Yes, I see it's not vast in veins this times. He's quite correct.
But that makes no sense.
Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or some bullshit? Well, since we have our ears, why not ask last mirrors herself? I believe she still sends the witnesses waiting rooms. This is Apollo. What does this mean for our case?
Don't fucking ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I didn't even imagine it until now.
Bailiff, bring in La Miroir.
I mean, the thing she testified about seeing turned out to be bunk. She said she saw bullet holes. We proved she couldn't because the door would have been blocking the way. But now, she wouldn't have been able to see them even if the door hadn't been blocking. Las Miroirs, it pains me deeply to call these before us again in this ways, and yet I must. Please, do not be concerned on my behalf.
Those eyes. She really can't see? Really? How many fingers am I holding up, La Miroir? Okay, how about now? Okay, damn it, I think she got it right.
It is true.
Huh?
How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world.
So you are?
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became La Miroir. Know that, too, that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for La Miroir.
I see.
You may recall to be saying something towards the beginnings of this trials, Harris Foreheads.
Nani? What's that?
I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime heads knows direct witnesses. Ah! Now, Las Miroirs, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to these courts about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here.
I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor.
Yes, we're all definitely a little lost here. All right, La Miroir's eyes. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with the PR line before he knew this. So, silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. Blinded by... Yeah, Manfred Mann, the Earth Band over here.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret, no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would.
She told us the truth since the beginning, when she said she saw nothing,
Very well. Does the defense have anything to add?
I'd like to cross-examine. There's just one thing. But what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me.
Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your systems. Some days you'll come to understand the importance of thinkings for yourselves. Ah, I see, you're a free thinker.
Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness.
Okay. Well, there was only one part that bothered me anyway. Just let me ask you about that, and I'll be happy.
You're so confused about this case and how we go. Well, let's review the facts. A murder takes place at a rock concert. The defendant, Maki Tobai, is implicated because he's the only person small enough to leave the room under the circumstances that happened. We initially thought he was blind. Turns out he can see. She's the one who's blind. She swears up and down that an adult was there and that she heard something, but the prosecution claims that's impossible. That's not what it was. No, not that. Not that. Not that. Everyone on your staff knew. Are we sure about that? What about the victim?
When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche?
Of course. He was my manager.
So he knew. And that's what's been bugging me.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
I believe I knows what this botherings our young's defense attorneys is. You are thinkings of when you discovered the bodies, yes?
Yeah.
Is he right, Apollo?
Yes, I was. He's alive!
Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Or can you hear me?
Cold witness.
You're cold? Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help is on the way.
Can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who is the witness?
The witness is silent.
Mr. Latouche told me to ask the witness, and he named you.
Huh? Nani?
Why would he do that? He knew you were blind.
I don't know.
What?
What did I just say? You need to learn some things for yourself, sisters. If you knew, why'd he say she was the witness? Yeah, but at the same time, too, we are assuming that I think we've made a bit of a miscue here. We have been assuming that the witness said the victim said he couldn't see. He said witness. He kind of stammered off for a second and say can't see. That's what I think's going on here. There's no mysteries here, as if you were. Well, he's about to make the same point I made. Think of his last words once more.
The witness, siren. We've heard them many times, along with little play acting by our defense.
I remembers them well as myself, but that statement is not to what size refers. I means what he said before stats.
Before? What came before that? Ack!
That's right. He tries to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about themselves. He was talking about the witness.
I say.
Too bad the defense did not. Well, there's foreheads. Tries relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Fucks faces is.
Ack!
I love that his mouth goes all weird like he's Sonic the fucking Hedgehog.
Order! Order!
Recalls last Miwar's earlier testimonies. I was on my way to the stage, the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
That is not the most important parts here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche
witnessed hers through the windows. Why else would he have named hers as these witnesses? Ah, but I really did hear them. 2 gunshots in the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. These windows was closed. If it's such a soundproof thing, how'd I hear the gunshot? Bruce!
Pin B win, pin B win, pin B win.
Thank you, 11 months with your Bezos bucks. Thank you. You could have spent them sweet Bezos bucks on anyone. You spent them on me. I appreciate that. Mwah. We have already run simulations. Of course this is. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Your Honor!
What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here?
We have the results back from the investigation.
Investigation?
It's the Interpol's numbers that Mr. Latus has left us. This is us.
Oh, yeah, that. Well, let's hear it. We'll continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescend, your report, please.
I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find the answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darians.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latus. What? Undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latus himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So, when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Latus was an undercover Interpol agent? So him being Lamour's manager was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it, why don't yous? It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belonged to Romain Latus. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, because apparently that's a thing. And a registration number on the revolver matched. So the victims was killed with his own weapons, which makes sense, this is. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol's agent with such large revolvers, this is. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover operation. I wonder how that ties into everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow.
Well, thanks for looking into that, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out.
Wait. Lamour, is something the matter?
That voice just now. Darian? Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I am sure of it.
It was him?
You've unsayings.
That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latus when I heard the gunshots fired? It was him! It was Mr. Darian!
Is this some kinds of dumb stiltos jokes? What? No way! The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state, the trial had to be temporarily suspended. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamour fingering Daria Crescent, and not even in a hot way. Not only is he a guitarist or a bottom, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lamour heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no one being out now, Apollo.
To be continued. Why'd they have to say fingering? Because they had to, after all. All right. We gonna take a little BRB, let y'all get up and stretch, top up your water, whatever you want to do. When we come back, the investigation continues. We'll be right back. Holly, move! Oh my God!
Big money! Big prizes! I love it!
I don't think we've ever beaten the game this early in the special. Please tell me the entire game was just killing. Again, I did not hit the pause button. Look, okay, look, Nintendo, I've been drinking, okay? Don't tell me you've been drinking too. This whole thing doesn't work if we've both been drinking. You're the designated driver. If you've been drinking, this is a problem. I swear to fucking God, I can't take this Nintendo anywhere. Can we get a TLDR on the story up till now? Okay, I'm gonna attempt to explain the Parasite Eve plot line to this point as follows. It's basically that. Next time I see Chris Pratt in anything, better be his obituary as far as I'm concerned. Did I say that out loud? I don't even know that was what I was gonna say when the sentence started. I was like, what would I see him in? What would be a thing? Oh, an obituary! Before I have to make new 1116 merchandise. I can't believe he hasn't contacted us in 10 years. After all, we're his parents. Ma'am. Ma'am, I hate to tell you this, but your son is my great regret to inform you that. What? I don't have a beret I can take off. What am I supposed to do? I'm doing the military thing where they say your kids, where the Defense Department regrets to inform you your kid's dead as shit. I have to take something off. Too much? Not enough? You know what? I feel like maybe this decision I've made is it has not resulted in the somber moment that I was hoping for.
In the city of Los Angeles, it is a trying time for the law. The bench trial system is reaching the limits of its capability. Throughout the turmoil, many defendants are represented by an ace attorney known as Apollo Justice. These are his stories.
July 9th, 2:12 p.m. The Right Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, you know, actually, nothing. I mean, something. Or maybe not. Out with it! The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, you know, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Score? I guess I would, or maybe, well, who is Phoenix to Apollo? Is he like his dad or some shit? Nah, he just works for him. Bah, I'm just as bad as you.
See, it's so vague. Clearly. Maki avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find the answer intriguing. IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. And the victim, Mr. Latouche, who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lemmy Ward sold the whole card.
Wait. That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him! It was Mr. Darian!
It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine. Right. Well, time's a-wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit.
I guess we could talk about stuff here.
Lemmy Ward dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darian. Lemmy Ward said she's never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots are right during the concert. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darian even? You bet I did. He's one of the Gaviner's guitarists after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. All the Gaviners have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Latouche backstage. But Lemmy Ward heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here.
Now let's talk about the victim of the hour, Mr. Interpol dickhead.
An Interpol agent? I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals, I guess? Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah? Anyway, you think he was investigating Lemmy Ward? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. She's nice and white. That's why I'm not willing to suspect her of anything. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. Statistically speaking, yes. That something being our case, the last something, I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latouche up to? Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that.
Oh, God. Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Ramare!
Hey, the other day... it's that fucking weirdo. This idiot. Who the hell are you? Friend of yours? Hardly. We might again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? It's you, Uncle Valent. Uncle Valent? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Gramare, Valent Gramare. The Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valent Gramare, as seen on television. And could you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. Yeah, thank God it's just a magician, not a random pervert. As if those are somehow mutually exclusive concepts. More how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is the great magician doing paying us a visit? Oh, I believe it was you who wished to see me. So, be quick with your questions. Do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though me stardom may say at a sight, I'm quite down to earth beneath calls. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. This aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Right? No, I mean my real daddy. Actually, that makes more sense. Trucy's real father? Well, I guess I could ask about the little troop first. Wait, Apollo! Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Gramare. Troop Gramare? Huh? No. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life! Lamentably listless lad! Do not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valent Gramare, the name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. So he's a terrorist. Oh, and he made all his gold disappear from a safe. He's a terrorist and a cat burglar. And then escaped from a high security prison. He's a terrorist, a cat burglar, and a fugitive. You said he's a magician and not a terroristic cat burgling fugitive? I have been a lock, start, chains by mediocrity. I also do dabble in car bombings. This is the true miracle of Troop Gramare. Wait. What, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else? Like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something, Gramare? Yes, Zach Gramare. Masterful Mike of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. Oh. Is that real Daddy? Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy! Daddy? Oh, no way. Okay, well, okay, your dad being a magician is probably the least shocking thing. Once upon a time, Troop Gramare included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Valent Gramare, and me partner, Zach Gramare.
And this Zach he was my real daddy. To be completely honest, a lot of what's going to happen here, I don't really think has a whole lot of direct impact on this case. Kind of ties into a future one. And to a small extent, the past one.
Trucy's father, a magician? I guess it makes sense. I had no idea.
There wasn't much point in talking about it now that he's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I got my daddy after all.
And you make me laugh, Apollo.
Oh, glad that I'm good for
Comic relief, at least.
Not that I see Daddy around much these days. I've been remiss in remembering me reasons to me visit.
Reasons?
Two, in fact. This one and that one. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy.
You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valent.
I'm sure you are.
Not one for modesty, are you?
When I encountered you at the Coliseum, first time in 7 years,
do what you gotta do, Joe. Thanks for popping on in.
I could find not contain me emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. It was the whole topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. Defend him you did.
Well, it wasn't all my doing. I am his defense attorney, actually.
My other reason for coming here today was this.
That's a videotape? They still make those?
Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less. I've brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Gramari. Will you watch it? Sure.
Yeah, that was the concert.
How fortuitous they're giving us something that's probably going to turn to be a giant piece of fucking evidence in a hot minute. Okay. So she's singing his stupid cringe lyrics. He's going to town on his acoustic guitar. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Amazing how that VHS tape was recorded in widescreen. These lyrics were generated by ChatGPT. Does Japan not have discoveries? The misunderstanding about the American legal... You're asking a lot of questions that just... It's best not to worry about it.
Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word? Mysterious? There are more mysteries things going on than her song here. Way more mysterious. This Valent Gramari has good reasons to be here today. But I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert.
That's a good question. So, this may seem like a stupid question, sir. Did you have something to do with this? Is that why you're handing this off?
So I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lammerwar vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that? Oh, I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen, I didn't even notice. so young to be so jaded. Simple sleight of hand, petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you.
So that's why you were at the concert.
Yes, I was there to watch me trick take to the air.
So you're the one who knows how it was all done.
Of course, I'm like a deity, but the stage is me domain. I siphon a mystery upon those floodlit boards not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess.
Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now, Trucy, that's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not.
Mais non, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also
what?
Recall a terrible occurrence happened later. Well after the illusion entrance the audience.
Oh.
Don't even ask. I won't answer.
Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on?
Yeah, people have been disappearing from your life so long it didn't even register. Exactly, Barton. I, Valiant Grimai, now make me leave, Miss Trucy.
There's no need to rush, Uncle Valiant. You should stay a while.
I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with analysis, and so I shall slink back to the sign.
So you'll be at the concert venue today?
Correct. You would call on me. Come to the Colosseum. See you later, crocodile.
Anyway. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye and whatever the hell else, he turned and walked through the door. Normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Valen Grimare. I got a few more things to ask him. Foremost amongst them, that bit of magic that made La Miroir disappear. And how he knows Trucy and her real father.
Okay, but that part's not really relevant to today's proceedings, but what are our options here? We should probably talk to our client. We should probably do that.
Mackie may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied?
Maki Tobai
can see.
Hey, don't give me those wingdings dots again, you rat bastard, you.
Ah, Maki! Speak of the devil. Ugh. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings. I'm not Donald Trump. But, well, since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me.
Oh, let's talk to our client about the trial.
So, what did you think of the trial today?
A man of few words.
Whoa, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we'll win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Maki might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do.
What's that going off for?
I'm glad La Miroir testified. What a great person. She even got Maki off the hook by naming another suspect. Darian of the Gaviners. the detective. I wonder if Maki knows what happened. Huh? I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. If no one told him there was a new suspect, how would he know? Hey. What is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing.
Is it?
I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. Maki. He doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Barkinian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet's reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning? Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Maki lied about not being able to see. But what if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get to him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Maki.
Let's shit talk his eyesight, though. Okay, this is how we're gonna know for sure if he can listen to us or not.
So, Maki, you can see, right? Maki can see, and Lamirwar can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're gonna get any information out of Maki. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does.
Alright, well. I guess we could go to the Coliseum, because not like there's really anywhere else we could go. Let's go over there. To the Sunshine Coliseum. I love the posters for the Gaviner's Guilty as Charged tour. Also love okay, so there's always little details you wouldn't have been able to see on the DS, like the Zeppelin up there and the banners. Jesus Christ.
Whoa, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation. Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Aw, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. Then you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already.
I agree. Get me inside. July 9th, backstage hallway. Ah, Mr. Attorney.
Lamirwar! I'm sorry about today. Wait, how do you know it's me?
There is nothing you need to apologize for. You are merely defending Maki.
Are you okay? Alone, I mean?
Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult.
Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking.
I heard your footsteps several times the day before.
Oh. You must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday. But how?
Yes, how indeed. Tell us how you fingered Darian Crescend and not in a sexual way.
That was quite a statement you made today in court. About hearing Darian Crescend's voice at the scene of the crime.
I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait.
Lamirwar? Is something the matter?
That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it.
No way!
As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice.
And I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something.
The next moment, I heard those gunshots.
Why didn't you call security?
To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once.
So, it really was Darian's voice that she heard. Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was.
Okay, well, can you tell me more about the boy who's blind and totally doesn't speak English, but maybe does? I met Maki before my debut as La Miroir. I was singing in a restaurant in Borginia.
And he was playing the piano?
Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see.
Is that when you started playing opposites? With Maki pretending he couldn't see?
No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound, or whatever bullshit we came up with.
It must have been tough for Maki. Pretending he couldn't see, and all the while acting as your eyes?
We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. He is a very special boy, and when we get him off on this, he can watch SpongeBob movie, and he can have one Lego set for $29.99 or 2 Lego sets for $14.99, and PG-13 movie and SpongeBob, and he can lay in our big bed. Never mind, anyway.
I think I see what she's getting at. Maki would never harm a soul.
Okay, but can you tell me about the deceased, Mr. Latouche?
About Mr. Latouche.
Ah, yes. He was an Interpol agent, I hear.
So, you had no idea?
Of course not. No one did.
I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was.
Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand.
You have no idea?
I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why?
What makes you think that?
Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory.
Clouded? Right, the amnesia.
Tell me about the darkness, why don't you? The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart.
In your heart? You should see a doctor about that.
I have no memory of the time before I became La Miroir. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days.
What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light?
I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Or maybe it ties into the last case in the game for some reason. Everything before becoming La Miroir is lost to me.
But I don't think you...
I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me?
Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way! That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, La Miroir.
I thank you. Maki, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. Alright, well, Okay, so while I got you here, I got this tape from the magician dickhead at work with you. Do you want to add any insight to this?
We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time.
Thank you.
That reminds me. That was an incredible illusion you pulled off.
illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other? Remember? Ah, yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician.
Valen Gramare. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done?
I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Gramari made me swear to never tell a soul.
I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know.
I am reminded that I wish to speak with you about something.
Yes?
When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor.
Device? Oh yeah, you mean that headset? Why the fuck is that still there? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday.
Might I touch it? I thought as much.
What? What did you think?
This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert.
I wonder whose this is. Do we want to do some gross ear DNA stuff?
We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing.
We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him.
Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on? Please, God, no! Receiver transceiver for voice signals. All concert staff wore one.
Attached! I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry.
Huh. Alright, well. Can we examine this in any meaningful way?
10-4, that little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in, over. Why the sudden silence? No one answered. Don't be silly. What good is the receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma performing forensic investigations. You make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine, which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snackoos.
Yeah, can I ask you about that?
Can I ask you about the headset, La Miroir? You said that all concert staff were wearing one?
Oh, that's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all of the band members, too, I should think.
So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on, too, then?
They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system.
That makes sense. Not. You'd think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline. So why was this one lying here?
A very good question. Well, is there anything else we wanted to look at on this thing? I don't think there's anything else on it we could fuck with. Alright. I suppose we could see if there's anywhere we could go. Let's check the stage. Oh, alright.
That song! Isn't that the one La Miroir was playing? Yeah, you're right. The guitar Serenade? Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh! That's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication.
Oh, shit. Ho-ho! If it isn't Miss Josie, and indeed it is.
Uncle Valent! What exactly are you doing here?
I take real responsibility and tasks undertaken. I'm inspecting the equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss.
The Lammerworm teleportation illusion. Oh!
If anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and me troop. So I went about me exacting examination. I happened to notice that piano. I remember that fair lady's melancholy melody.
Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valen can shed some light on this whole thing for us.
Like, what? Could you tell me about the thing, though, please? I'm asking you again. Tell me about the damn thing.
I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lammerworm's vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Indeed. Purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. The climax of the song, he said, make it disappear. Like a dream.
Like a dream, Snake Eater?
Yet, what can I work with on stage meant for musical endeavors? They're none of the convenience of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted.
She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel.
People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom-made for time and place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troop Grabai are concerned.
So, you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well.
And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me.
It troubles you? Why?
Why? Why do you ask why?
I think it's probably quicker if I just check it out myself, thanks.
Yeah, tell you what, let's finish talking to Professor Dickhead here. I know what you're thinking in that head of yours. Grimari, yes, you saw. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort.
Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that and he made a good guess.
It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnificrimari. And I feel like I've seen him before. This part isn't really going to be pertinent for this case, but we'll go through it anyway. It was he who began the great Troop Grammari. His prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was.
I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV.
Yet, several years ago, that time came to an end. Me troop pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion.
That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like the one in Laughlin. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket.
I think you just answered why they went away. It's the thing from Galaxy Quest. I think we should have just taken a gig. I mean, who knows the next time they'll ask us.
Yeah, when you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble, especially when you didn't apply for a permit to do that.
We have no skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Grammari, but for me partner.
Your partner? You mean...
Yes, Zach Grammari.
Trucy's father.
Boy disappeared 7 years ago. There is no name higher than Grammari in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valen Grammari. You're the murderer in this, aren't you? Alright. I'm gonna just kind of skip the flavor text on this because it is actually completely irrelevant to what we're doing here today. You want to bring him back, yada yada yada, blah 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 blah. There's a minor subplot
that has no bearing on today's program. Let me look at that damn piano. What are we tripping balls about this thing for? That's one big piano. I've never actually played one. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good. He can't play either. I kind of feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of the Prodigy. Did you just break your finger or something? Ew. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. With the volume turned up slightly. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh. Look, this was stuck between the strings. This looks like some kind of switch. That it does.
Someone must have thrown this into the piano.
Switch placed in pocket. Found on stage. It's a switch for something, and that's about all I know. Yeah, it's our butane lighter. That's what the piss it is. All right, well, I don't think I got any more questions to him, so I'm gonna go back here. Tell you what, I want to look at somebody's rooms here. Let's go to La Miroir's first, because of course this is where the crime scene was. I want to examine this again with the new information we have. Gee, I wonder who's in here.
Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom.
What are you doing here?
Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever.
Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court and prosecute again if it makes me look like a fool.
You're talking about the bloodstain Mr. Latouche left?
My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, eh?
But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. He wouldn't have found that without you.
I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. So that was my reward.
The snacks?
Are chocolate snackoos popular down at the precinct or something?
Munch, munch, munch.
I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again.
Be my guest. You're not gonna find any clues here, and I stopped giving a fuck a while ago anyway. Though I did find something strange.
Something strange? I'll bite. What'd you find?
So what did you find? It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa.
Is that a Raspberry Pi? The propane tank attached to it?
What is it?
Or what is it?
Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna.
Oh, like on a Beetle?
Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort.
An electronic signal, you say? About that. Hi, we found this on the stage.
Do you think you could take a look at this?
A small device. Looks like a transmitter.
A transmitter?
You press this switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though.
A signal? You mean an electronic signal?
What is it, Apollo?
Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found?
Oh, this?
Let me try pressing this switch.
Yeah! Ouch!
It's on fire! And Mr. Vice is on fire! Oh my goodness! What's the big idea? Ack! Well, now we know what this is. An igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask him more about this switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. Let's get to that. First, I guess we could discuss the trial. I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in La Miroir's testimony. You mean it's saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? Why can't someone just shoot a person and then have a really easy tell, and then they write out a giant graffiti on the wall in their own human faces that says, "I did the murder"? This business of people killing people has gotten too weird. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Let's keep going. Was that true what you said in court today? You know about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar Serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. Yeah, we used to be a country, etc. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then La Miroir flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latuis's life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this? Don't ask me. I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through the event anyway. What? If y'all think I did it? Yes! Sometimes I worry about that girl. Anyway, let's talk about that switch we just found. Not the one I'm playing this on, but anyway. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you. You weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around it just with you two talking. Anyway, now that we know this is the remote for an igniter, let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. Yeah, listen, Maya was accused of murder like every other case. Truce needs to pick up the pace. Yeah, no kidding. I don't think she's been implicated in any murders. And I'm really thinking. Yeah, she hasn't been. Yeah, let's see. Cause yeah, she's gotta do. You really gotta do better. She has to do so much better. Cause again, she's just so much behind the line on this here. Just we have to.
Nick, let me out.
No.
Why not?
Because every time you take more than 3 steps, you get accused of murder, and I am getting an aneurysm.
Oh, come on. It's only been like 4 times.
The fact you think that's normal is actually scary. 4 is a concerning amount of cats to own. I don't even have an analogy for 4 murder charges. Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, but they're always false charges. It's not my fault.
Maya, last time you slipped on a giant banana peel, flew into outer space, landed in the country of Turkey, where your hand landed on a knife that had just been used to stab a dude, followed by you knocking over disinfectant on every part of the knife, except for the part with your fingerprints, but still removing the original killer's fingerprints, and there was a record of airport tickets you ordered online of going to Turkey at that exact time, which you apparently ordered while you were sleepwalking. So excuse me if I don't trust you to be unsupervised.
We are here for the trial of Maya Fey for nuking the country of Turkey.
I literally blinked! How could you get accused of that while I was blinking?
Well, maybe he means like I'm being accused of nuking turkey in the microwave, like a sandwich.
No, people are dead. The whole country, they're dead.
Oh fuck, I might be a war criminal.
Yeah, you're a little bit behind the curve here, lady. Just a smidge, just a little bitty bit. Anyway,
The signal's weak. It probably only reaches about 30 feet.
a transmitter, huh? All right, so apparently this thing's got a 30-foot range.
Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram in a stage area...
Actually, can I... Well, I think we just answered a question. I think we just figured something out.
Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram in a stage area...
Oh, that's handy.
Let's see, 30 feet from Lamir's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage.
A bit of it, yes.
It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage.
Forum diagrams add to the court record.
Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation.
We'll have to look for more clues elsewhere then.
I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck!
I'd like to know a little bit more about igniters myself.
All right, that's been updated as well. Okay, well... Let's see what else we can do here. Is there anything going on in, Would anything be going on in the Gaviner's dressing room by any chance? That is sheer curiosity. Nope. Apparently not. How that answers that question. Let's see if there's anything going on out front, I suppose. Oh, something changed. Okay.
What? Come to laugh at the murderer?
Yes, actually.
Ha 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 ha!
I'm doing the Final Fantasy X approach.
Diane! That old bag opens a pie hole and wham bam, my life goes down a chute. Thanks! It won't let me work while I'm a suspect.
I wouldn't let you walk. I wouldn't let you work with that hair boner, but that's a separate discussion.
Diane is in the best of moods, is he?
Not many people are these days, it seems.
It is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out. And Gavin has to rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid!
You want to talk about that some more? You sound like you got a lot on your mind.
So, about your alibi. You have to ask? The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set.
That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. And found Mr. Latouche dead.
I got 10,000 witnesses who saw me, too. Right there on that stage. Your guitar playing with something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they're not letting me work.
Oh, come on. You're a cop. You love paid administrative leave.
There's no need to yell at me when it's Lamir's fault anyway. She was the one who said she heard your voice at the moment of the crime.
Man, I haven't even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? can I ask about your friend, your bestie, Prosecutor Gavin, please? They won't let you work? He won't let me work! Gavin, I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He can be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board?
And since there was that performance just now, what was all that about? His parts is offs, which is that, seconds guitars.
Ah!
It was you, Starzians.
He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really.
Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums.
The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tone, I'll give him that.
When are we gonna get a behind the music on these jackasses?
Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? Oh, he's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The date on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally.
Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office.
Maybe that's not such a bad idea.
Right on.
Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you.
I'll do that.
Hey. And tell him I want into that crime scene.
We'll be going now, Mr. Hairboner, sir.
Hey, wait!
Yes?
What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right?
Well...
Great! Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping! Don't get led astray by some science song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be in humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself.
Let's not talk to him anymore. All right?
Agreed. Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice.
All right, well, to the prosecutor's office, I suppose. To Gavin's place. Yeah, this looks like his office. Hey, that's Rio's chair back there. We actually have one of the mid-century modern doodads. That's over in the bar room setup. That's Rio's chair back there. Okay. Work.
So, this is it. The governor's head office.
It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office.
Yes, that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy stings, objects, whatevers?
Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like.
That's eavesdropping.
Why? We'd just be waiting quietly so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band?
She'd make a great reporter for a gossip mag.
What? The replicas? So why was the after it in the first places? Yes, Latouche that still does.
Latouche?
Look, don't talk to me about those Borgirians, okay? Just get me that reports. Chop, sueys. And stop leaving mysterious objects in me office, okay? Bep. It's times like these when I start to miss Darians.
Huh?
Oh.
Hiya! Tee-hee! Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad.
How could I be? There's not enough teehees in the worlds in any cases. Have the seats, this is. Not on the nice chairs backstairs, that's for me.
Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo.
So, who have you come to seize?
Huh?
Claviers leads vocalists for these Gaviners? Or prosecutors Gavin, scourge of these courtrooms?
What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go?
The case, duh. Oh, that reminds me. Did you seize the papers today?
Yes! I hadn't. I always read the TV section.
Good girls. How about you, hair foreheads?
I read the funnies.
Then you will have not seen this.
Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song? Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one.
It's not the shows. It's in articles, news, you know, it's the fake stuffs.
Oh, does this have anything to do with the case?
Since getting back from these trials, my phone's been ringing off the hooks, don't you know? How does it feel to take the man's lives with a songs? Have you ever hummed the man's all the ways to death rows? Do you think you could sing for me over the phones? It is endless, thanks to the case you made today's, of course this is.
Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey! Is that a newspaper over there too?
Yes, it's these Borgidians Daily's Bugles. Go ahead, take looks. You're not going to be able to read the fucking thing anyway.
Thanks, but I can't read Borgidian.
Oh, that's right. Suffices to say, this big news over theirs as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my songs.
Probably no one in Borginia could believe it.
It's probably seen as just the theories at this point. There's journalists didn't see the needs to mention it.
That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself.
Borginian newspaper adds the court record. Does it mention the lyrics of Lamirwar's ballad? Lamirwar's testimonies will probably be in the evening's editions, I imagine. Which is why I've had Darian steps down for the investigations for nowses.
Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum.
Lamirwar's was my invited guest, so he's rather delicate, how's you say, situationals. You understand how much I want to solve this case. Quickly, if possible, this is.
Yeah, about that song, I gotta ask. I really love that song, and there's such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lamirwar, if I remember correctly. Did you ask ChatGPT to write it as well?
That's right. It was last year's. I had gone to tour Borginia's legal systems as matters of facts.
And that's when you heard Lamirwar's voice?
It was at small jazz clubs. I wept that nights. I knew I had to meet hers, to talk with hers. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange meetings.
Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy.
Thankfully, she likes my works I did since we wrote songs right there, backstage. Maki on pianos, that dulcet voice, and myself son's guitars that I borrowed from Vladimir Wars.
And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say.
Her beautiful HAL 9000 voice made me weep for humanity. Yeah, I know. Is this voice just the friggin' best? It is memories I hold dears, and the songs we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over theirs.
You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump. That's a piece of history. That's only brown. It's not really charred.
No matters. I shall never sing that songs again. I wouldn't have used that guitars again either, even if I could have.
What happened during that song anyway? Why does guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar?
I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it at this point?
Well, I got this thing. Oh, maybe I have to physically examine a stupid thing. It's probably how I gotta do this. Hey, La Bombo, welcome on in.
That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it?
Yeah, that one. I thought this was one of the staffs playing the gags on me. I never guessed that wasn't the ends of it. I had specialists analyze these guitars incidentalities.
Oh, did you find anything out?
He didn't have lots of time, so it still unclear. But the results he came what were intriguing.
Did you just say fucking intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about.
Yeah, I guess so. Tell me more about the guitar. It was beautiful instruments. I was played lovingly for many years. A guitar's befitting a woman like Lasmiroir.
How did it end up here?
She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made presents of it.
So this guitar is from Borginia?
That it is. We couldn't carry it on the planes. Changes the air pressures and humidities ruins the woods. So we vacuum packed it in Lasmiroir Studios. I use special shipping service available for me for transporting evidence. Ah, the diplomatic bag. They brought this right up to my offices for me. Pristine and untouched.
See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned.
Prosecutor Gavin's guitar adds to the court record. Burned the night of the concert. Can we have a look at that thing? Anything stupid inside of it by any chance? Nah, it would have been too easy.
What was it you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about?
Well, you know how guitars have round holes in the fronts? It is called the sound hole. We couldn't come up with better names than that.
Ah, so that's what it's called. I thought it was something more dignified.
Well, they found some things attached to the woods just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort, this is.
A broken device?
Yes, this, in fact, this is. The examiners is busy with evidence for this case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else this is.
That device looks strangely familiar.
Even for violence with their F-holes? Yeah, no kidding. I almost wonder if maybe it's the sort of thing we shouldn't show him, but fuck it, let's see what happens. Hi, I got a fancier version of that thing you got burned up.
It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this.
Why, that looks like the same things. What is it?
It's an igniter. Another one. It was at the crime scene in Lamriwar's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually.
That's the scenes of the crimes. What could that mean, I wonders? Is that add a thingy? No, it doesn't. There's something else I want to ask about here. Something in this room doesn't match. What the hell is that?
What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. So he put it on the plate for later consumption. You'd think a rock star could afford a fresh stack.
Don't jump to any conclusions, this nows. Is it Moki? Yeah, it's Moki. That's no chewing gums. Takes closer looks, this is. Although as I really shouldn't be offerings, should I?
What is that? Looks like a lump of plastic? Wait, that phone call.
Yes, that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy things, objects, whatevers?
Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone.
What? A replicas? So why was he after it since the first places? Yes, Latusis.
Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche?
Wait seconds. Yous were listening to my phone calls, weren't yous?
Oh, us? No. I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you're the one digging for a scandal, Mr. Reporter.
To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's models of something that undercovers agents Mr. Latouche was after.
This lump? Would you mind telling us what you do know about it?
What is this lump? Yeah, what is it? It's not a boob. This was found in Mr. Latouche's bag. It is apparently a replicas of some things or others.
A replica? Small lump about 1.5 inches long.
Is it an egg or something? We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than is lumps of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is replicas of.
You mean whatever Mr. Latouche was after?
You're telling me that guy was after illegal Albertan albatross condor eggs? That seems to be the most logical explanations.
Well, what is it?
Don't ask me, Frolines. I don't fucking knows.
Oh, if you don't want to tell us, you could just say so.
I've put in this request to Interpol's vice my contacts in Borginias. But apparently there's these blocks on information somewhere along the chains. No, it's not a blockchain reference.
Oh!
There are some things either as Interpol's or as Borginias doesn't want the shares. Some things about this little pieces of plastics.
Mr. Latouche went through all that trouble to become La Miroir's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump? And he died for it. Kind of fucked up.
Well, plastic lump added to the court record. I've sent someone to these Colosseums to fetch his Las Miroirs. Perhaps she knows some things about it, being Borginians and what have yous. I believe that covers everything I'm at liberties to talks about yous with cities.
Oh.
Thanks for dropping spies. Here's foreheads.
Thanks.
Why you gave me so much information? That's igniters, for instance, this is.
Oh, that.
I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with these prosecutions. It's the big helps. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive.
I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin.
Yeah?
Thanks for the information. About the strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latouche was investigating. Hey, that's right.
I've been thinking, Harris Foreheads. We encounters many incidences in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simples, this is.
Especially not the ones where people are killing the song lyrics.
That is why I tries to at least remain simple in sides. And I keeps a simple goals, to discover the truths.
Huh?
How refreshing. Have you seen the people who generally occupy your spot on the prosecutor's bench? They're not usually concerned with such things. That's why I likes to keep relations civil. Yeah, that is all. Have we found the one good cop?
I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor?
Fräulein? can I ask you why you sing in a band? Ah, it's because I want women to turn their looks when I walk down the streets. I was going to do a rim shot, but I think that's just his actual answer.
That's pretty simple, too.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got works to do. Another times, perhaps. All right, well, I guess that settles that. All right, well, I guess we could go back to the Coliseum, see if there's much else going on there. Oh yeah, they grabbed the guy.
Oh, it's you! You came at a good time.
Hello there, Emma.
What's up? Yeah, to get laid. Most honest answer for getting into music. Exactly. It's refreshingly honest.
What's up?
Either of you know what La Miroir is?
Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago.
Yeah, that's strange.
What's strange?
I can't find it anywhere. I was supposed to bring it to the prosecutor's office.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
You mean to tell me a blind woman has gone missing?
La Miroir's missing?
It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all.
Yeah, we'll help you look for her.
Great, thanks.
Okay. See where the hell this broad got off to.
This place is deserted. I wonder where La Miroir went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help but worry about her a little.
Any chance she went to the stage? Cause wasn't she out here before? What did you do? I turned off the screen.
No, you didn't. You turned off the whole stream.
Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yipes, it really was dark out there. Dark. That's all La Miroir has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? I don't know. I haven't played Final Fantasy VI before. Hey, Apollo. Huh? What?
Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you?
Yeah, someone's dress is sticking out of that guitar case.
Like... Oh, fuck. Like, something's changed?
Changed?
I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me.
Now it's bugging me, too. What is she talking about?
Hey, that case! Wasn't that open before?
Yes. Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait, look, where the case closes. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument, unless you could play closes instruments, which I don't fucking know. You don't think it's... Let's open it up, Apollo!
Oh, fuck.
Hey, La Miroir!
Oh, God, don't tell me she's dead.
Emma! We have to get Emma!
La Miroir was taken
directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Trusty just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many.
Emma, how's La Miroir? Is she okay?
How do we keep finding corpses? I mean, bodies are where you find them by Brett Holiday.
Hey, you! We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure.
So, she's okay?
Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found it before it was too late.
That's good to hear. So, what happened?
Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead.
Now, look, I'm not exactly an ace detective here, but you got Detective Darian Crescent skulking around outside the Coliseum, pissed off that La Miroir fingered him, and she's walking around inside. Doesn't exactly take fucking Sherlock Holmes or Herlock Sholmes to figure this one out.
By who?
We don't know.
But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not? Oh, right.
Right. Would you like to see her now?
Is that all right?
She wants to thank you for saving her life.
Wow, she suffered the kind of life-threatening injury with critical timing, and somehow is back on her feet and fully cognizant. What did you get hit with? Shouldn't you be in a hospital bed or something?
La Miroir!
Ah, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened?
What happened? It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room...
You were hit?
I knew that very moment. I knew the assailant was trying to kill me.
No!
It was lucky for me that the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first.
Why the stage?
I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work.
Ah!
Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid.
So the assailant couldn't see you?
Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out.
Wow, that sounds like a really close call.
Yeah, hello, you two. I would be in my hospital bed, but the animation budget was the only thing worse than a medical bill. You Americans with your fucking medical bills. You fucking love them. You know anything about the assailant?
Do you have any idea who it might have been?
Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word.
Too bad.
Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am.
Good point. She's sharp.
And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo.
So that means it was likely an adult and probably a man, because as we previously stated, the NBs are off the hook for this. Could it be him?
But why would anyone attack you, La Miroir?
The detective asked me this too. And to her, I gave the same answer I gave you. I do not know. Well, is there anything else we could ask her about? Actually, yes. We got this lump of plastic from Prosecutor Gavin. We were kind of hoping you could identify it for us.
Ah, La Miroir, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is?
This? This is what?
Mr. Latouche was carrying it, apparently. It's a replica of the thing he was after.
He was after?
You know, in his secret identity. As an undercover agent.
So that's what he was doing.
You mean you know what?
Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof.
Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before?
Because it's a fucking stupid abstract concept MacGuffin they invented just for this.
Why would he be carrying this around? Is it some kind of souvenir like this novelty Vegas chip?
I wonder. Would you care to pouse some more on a topic? Well, they call it Borginian. We are Borginian. Persistence is futile. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these.
It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it?
I do not know the details, I am sorry to say.
I thought you said all in Borginia knew of these.
There is one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know.
What's that?
The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. Oh. I see. Yes, Borginia, ruled by its emperor, Ernest Borgnine. Exactly.
To death? Why?
I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there was a good reason.
But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to. Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling?
Tell me more. It seems I was marked.
Marked?
Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world.
Ah, so you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you.
On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion.
And Mr. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it.
Borginia is a small, sheltered country. You've probably never heard of it. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is this Borginia or North Korea?
Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latouche wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. Mr. Latouche had La Miroir marked. It couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, La Miroir.
It was the least I could do.
Actually, I have another request.
If it is within my power,
I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us if you're well enough from being hit in the head to the point where apparently you could have died, but now you're back on your feet again and you're being discharged?
This whole thing makes no sense. I see. Yes. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you.
Huh? Where are we going?
It's special cocaine cocoons. They feed it to the silkworms. You make it into a sweater. They snort the fuzz. It's Borginia's finest export. That makes sense. Pretty sure Cocoon Smuggler is one of those PG-13 censor audio dubs. Yeah, no kidding.
Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, let me get the AMA paperwork. We got court work to do. This was a crime to cover other crimes. Yes, it's crimes all the way down. Let's go speak to our client.
Maki, we came to talk to you about the case.
Maki?
Could you interpret for us, La Miroir?
Yes. Maki? I'd like to talk to you.
I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. But we still thought you were blind.
Je voudrais parler à vous à la première temps en Dix.
Now we know the truth. You can see, right?
I was completely fooled myself.
Maki, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us?
Serotonin Bears.
Pin be run, pin be run, pin be run.
I ain't gonna form on 3 sub. We'll come back.
Isn't there another secret you're hiding from us, like that perfect hair?
Oh. Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret? He's the fucking smuggler.
What do I mean by secret? Well, it's you, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you?
Don't ever play poker, bro. Seriously. Hey, you got a reaction. A big one. Maki, you didn't.
Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one.
Oh, he did it. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is about.
La Miroir, please, interpret.
Very well.
I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it.
Oh! No! Don't perceive that! He asks you to wait. Do not be so hasty.
Maki?
Goats! Je t'aime le goats! C'est le premier mot dans le Wingdings! Do you know everything?
Yes, everything.
Well, sort of. And then tell us about it! Oh, des ciseaux! Je t'aime des ciseaux! Et la Hadoken dans le Wingding. Very well. Alright. Spill it, you little shit. What is this cocoon anyway? Oh, c'est un cocoon! C'est comme si un cocoon. Pourquoi je parle à toi? The cocoon, the silk, is the potent cure. A cure?
It must cure some disease.
Oh, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. Qu'est-ce que c'est avec les choses? Est-ce que c'est vraiment le Wingdings? Je pense que ce n'est pas le Wingdings. It's a cure for incuritis.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Well, to quote from the old 8-bit theater, that's so stupid I can't even see straight anymore. It's a cure for incuritis. AKA, look, we didn't want to come up with a name. We just figured we'd just make up some bullshit. A cure for incuritis. Replica's been updated. It's the replica of a cocoon for which a remedy for incuritis may be extracted. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reasons myself.
Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. And Mr. Latouche was after cocoon smugglers.
Yeah, he's butt smuggling it for Big Pharma.
Wait, was Maki...
Maki, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little.
Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of the magician, aren't you?
Well, that's true. I am sort of the magician.
She said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape.
Well, Maki, are you a smuggler?
À quel temps est-ce que les Canadiens jouent sur la télévision?
Le jeu de le Canadien est sur les Hockey Night in Canada au 7h à 7h. He won't tell me. First he plays blind, and now he plays dumb.
I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Maki really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale?
No! Je devrais écouter le jeu de hockey. I can't go home. Can't go home?
Non, je ne peux pas. Je n'aime pas le bat. C'est un problème.
I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon for Borginia is death.
That's right. It's punishable by death.
Oh, mon Dieu. Mon Dieu. Rock was in. About the case? What about the case?
You want to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death? This meeting's over.
The hell do you want? Darian?
Well, what do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. It's a call for Mackie from the Bulgarian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving.
Darian, wait!
I never liked you. Either of you. Huh?
Darn it! We were so close! He was about to tell us! Hey, Apollo!
You didn't want us to hear what Maki had to say.
Apollo!
And there can only be one reason why.
Why is everyone ignoring me?
Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court.
Yeah, not a cop coming in when he was accused of the murder to take the witness. Yeah, no kidding. All right, folks. We're going to take our final BRB. And when we're back, it'll be time to finish this. We'll be back after these messages. Fuck's sake! Blank! What is this section, Rockstar? Teabag him. Up, 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 up. I'm sorry, can we run that one back? It's about to go bum 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 bum. I am doing my RoboCop impression. Bum 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 bum. And I really feel like whether I explained anything in this game or not, this would just be the fastest sell. That you can just sit in a cannon, spin in a circle, and blow up Nazi airships. Nothing I could say is going to sell the game faster than that. This is going to make her so mad. So mad. You want to talk to Saria, right? Yes. Twink, this is Saria. Can you hear me? I don't mind talking to you using the ocarina's magic, but why the fuck are you just standing right behind me? So I can annoy the hell out of you. Why else? Damn it, Bread Pit. I have to remove that now. But it was nestled in there so nicely. Wait, can I play? Maybe I can do this. Hang on a second here. Oh shit, I gotta get at the B button. Okay, shit. Come on.
Wheel of spin, player one.
I'm working on it over here. Hey, maybe the other way. God damn it. Well, I tried. I really, really tried.
In the city of Los Angeles, it is a trying time for the law. The bench trial system is reaching the limits of its capability. Throughout the turmoil, many defendants are represented by an ace attorney known as Apollo Justice. These are his stories.
July 10th, 9:49 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. So we allowed a cop to take a child witness with little pushback. We know that always turns out good. Yeah, I guess I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little concerned.
Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what Maki had to say.
Does the collection port these games well? Yeah, it works really well. It's really well done. They've got some extra stuff in here too, but no, this is, if you're anyone who wanted to play any of the other Ace Attorney games, no, this is actually a really good compilation. Like, unironically, very well done. I mean, it's the only way that you could play this game in HD other than on a tablet, and I mean, basically what these are is just straight to Android ports, to be completely honest. But no, they seem to be, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. If it looked good while you're watching it here, then I guess that's proof enough that they did a pretty good job. Anyway,
and I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice.
Oh, what's with the gunshots?
Whoa, what was that?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Is heard, but unseen. Who's that talking? Did you just shoot someone outside? Valent Grimare! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door. Normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valent? Ha 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 ha! A preposterous proposition! How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why? My secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That's why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. With vanishing magic! Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself the next town over. Before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? The Grand Grimari glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Drusy, that pains me to part so. I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell! And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about the illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or elephants or the Eiffel Tower, anything really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lammerwar's disappearing act and Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder if he meant it by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Yes, we shall. Excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. Trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is the first. It is by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? Oh yeah, he was talking about that yesterday. I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son? Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper. Incuritis syndrome, first case in country. If you care to read about it yourself. Article about the Chief Justice's son who was inflicted with incuritis. What would the fucking odds? Incuritis. Where have I heard that name before? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Yeah, no fucking way. Disease strikes closer to home than ever before. Incuritis syndrome. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Well, I guess we wait. Oh, okay, we're in session now. My apologies for the delay. Also with this lighting here. Court's now in session for the trial of, how do you say his name again? I don't know, give me a second. I want to yell at my green screen some more here. Make me getting up during all these breaks is fucking around with it here. Give me 2 seconds. Just gonna crank it up some more. That's too much. Let's try about there, see where that gets me. Better. Quarters down session for the trial of, how do you say his name again? Bakis Tobias are his suspects fortissimos, this is. Right, it's his trial in any case. You just won't say his fucking name, will you? The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecutions is ready to rocks. Can John Oliver bribe this guy within a bit? Yeah, probably. The judge had to postpone the trial to do some urgent crimes. One could only hope. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No. Well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students.
It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Enteritis, was it? An article said there's no known cure.
Hey, this judge, let's be safe with all honesties, I feels your pains. But now it's not times for tears. It's times for fears. It's times for the law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. I asked Denipol about that number. IP XXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's great help. Oh, no problem at all, Joanna. I'll be heading out.
Wait. That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it.
It was him?
That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him! Mr. Dorian!
No way!
Quite a sensational sensings. Who would have thought Darians would guest star in season's cliffhangers as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Darian Crescens is members of my bands, the Governors. He is also detectives, making the current charges serious as indeed. Yet, after his investigations, I found no cause to alter our case or file his new charges.
And your reason is you're a lazy fuck?
Weren't you aware he has for heads? He has an impeccable Al's-bye-byes.
An Al's-bye-bye?
Let's just review the facts again, shall we?
No, what is this Al's-bye-bye you're speaking of?
A concert held on the night of the shootings was in 3 sets. The Governors ripped up the stage during the first sets. That's your opinion. For the second sets, our guests took center stages. The only performers appearing were myself, Las Miroirs, and Smakis, along with drummers and bassists for totals of 5s. The shootings in the dressing rooms, however, took place during the third sets. Las Miroirs and the defendants, Makis Tobias, had left the stage at that point, and the Governors were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at scenes of crimes. Shots heard by detectives Emma Skies, mind you,
and Apollo. You heard them too, right?
I sure did. Furthermore, Las Miroirs herself witnessed the moments of the crimes. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moments of the crimes, when she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche's and Darian's Detective Crescens talking.
But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was...
Precisely. Detective Crescens was on stage, getting his grooves on, no less. Voila! A perfect Al's-bye-bye.
Does the defense have anything to add to this discussion of an Al's-bye-bye?
It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's Al-bye-bye has been acknowledged.
Which means that Las Miroirs was sadly mistaken. Her testimonies cannot be trues.
Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections.
Oh, Apollo, if he declares a verdict now... But the prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight.
I don't know, call our client as the witness. What's the fuck worst that could happen at this point?
Labrador might have been lying to protect Maki. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait. What about yesterday in the detention center?
Impossible!
About the case? What about the case?
He wants to tell us about Mr. Latusse's death? Monsieur Chippiswan, this meeting's over.
Diane? Maki was trying to tell us something. I know it.
Maybe the best thing to do is ask him under oath.
Very well, the court finds the defendant. What was your name again?
Your Honor, learn to pronounce my client's fucking name.
No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis. I'm sorry, Mr. Justice. You have something you wanted to say?
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness.
Exactly. Who else do you need to hear from?
A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English.
You don't means...
I do. The defense calls defendant Maki Tobaye to the stand.
What? But he doesn't speak English.
We'll use an interpreter.
Interpreters? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak few phrases such as I loves you and where's is the toilets? Also, where's your coke dealers at?
The defense would like to request La Miroir as the interpreter.
La Miroir? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
This is most unusual. Bravo, Herr Foreheads. Herr Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defendant's request statisticals. If La Miroir lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress.
Bailiff, please show the defendant and La Miroir to the witness stand. Yeah, court-appointed interpreter has been available since the 90s. Oh, you can get that shit virtually now. I suppose there is first times for everything. Shall we proceed? Yours names to begins with. If you would, let's be wars. Yes. He says Maki Tobaye, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of, well, that message in particular.
So far, so good. He didn't fuck up his name, at least.
Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would.
Huh? If I would what, Your Honor?
Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about?
What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet.
Apollo, aren't you gonna ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday?
How can I if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me a moment. If I might speak. Yes, La Miroir? Just now, Maki said there was something about which he wishes to testify.
Maki wants to testify about something? What could it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please.
The suspense is killing me!
What?
What?
Well, La Miroir? And all the cats were attracted by the piss? According to Maki, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is surprises. Gee, maybe we should have fucking asked the witness defendants about stats.
Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to believe. I know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. La Miroir. Moki? Matcha? Mocha? Maki, whatever your name is?
Please testify to the court.
Very well. Witness testimony admittedly through the interpreter.
Machiavelli, is that you?
Proof of innocence. He says that word of Mr. Latusse's death came as a great shock. But if the killings truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Okay.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wondered what he meant by proofs. Why, he would only have to ask Les Miroirs who knows the meanings of the songs.
La Miroir, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. As my offs repeat this morning's already fled Offset's foreheads, Les Miroirs might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with a cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, and I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where.
Wait, your bracelet's tripping balls?
It worked yesterday, it'll work today.
Oh, yeah, right, we were talking, it was tripping balls. But wait, which one of them is lying? He said word that Mr. Latusse's death came as a great shock. If the killings truly followed the lyrics of the song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics aren't English, he doesn't understand them. Well, let's see here. I'm looking for tells. Now, let's check her first. Now, her tell was pretty obvious. She swallowed her throat blossomed up like she was swallowing all the cum in the world. And I'm not seeing that here. Let's check her face. All right. Let's look at him. It says that because the lyrics are in English. Bruh. Every suspect who's lying in LA Noire does that.
Gotcha!
Maki, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment La Miroir said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Maki, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you?
Well, what are you saying? Of course he can't. S'il vous plaît, dis à la fucking dickhead que tu ne comprends pas l'anglais.
Okay, je ne comprends pas anglais. Must he continue this charade?
Mr. Justice, Maki says this. I know the word English.
Huh?
Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that's all.
What? Give me a break!
Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance?
Well, yeah, but...
I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language.
Well, then explain this! How does he know the crime followed the lyrics?
Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple, so simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper.
The newspaper?
The Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland.
I was right.
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they're quite fierce all of a sudden.
Maki is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying.
You said he read about the case to the newspaper, right? This newspaper right here, this newspaper that I can't fucking read for the life of me here, but that doesn't mention the lyrics to the fucking song at all?
I have here a Borginian newspaper. The Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Maki?
Again, this boy should not play poker.
That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics.
What? What is this all about?
I'm sorry, Maki. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper.
Merda! Is there a Borginian Spider-Man, if only?
What does this mean?
He can speak English! But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subjects of lyrics was not brought up in police questionings. I read the false reports myself.
So the lyrics were in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. Not that we should trust the police on such things. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less.
The witness will explain himself. Maki says, he says, yes. It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember? He says he heard the lyrics from me.
What? Is this true, La Miroir? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. Then it looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes.
No! I was on to something. I know it. I can't let this chance slip away.
Why are we incriminating our own defendant? I mean... Well, the problem is we want him to tell us the truth, no matter what happened. We gotta pry it out of him. Plus, I mean, imagine if you could get convicted of a crime in the United States. First-degree murder or smuggling. Which would you prefer? Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I'd better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still tripping balls. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well. Witness? I understand. It was you who explained the crime's fault song. Fortunately, it's real easy to tell your tale, La Miroir. Do you look like you're swallowing all the cum in the world again? Yeah. You're literally swallowing all the cum in the world right now. Something about lying just really makes you thirst for cock for some reason.
Gotcha! La Miroir, I'm currently cross-examining Maki. Why should you be uncertain?
Me? Uncertain?
Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court it was I who explained.
I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you.
La Miroir, are you indeed protecting someone?
That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
Then allow me to answer for you. La Miroir, you're protecting...
Phoenix Wright. Yeah, sure, ask away. Who cares? I'm only nominally in charge of this circus anyway. You're protecting this dumbass, duh. La Miroir, you're protecting Maki.
You're protecting Maki. That is why you lied and told us that you would explain how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Maki, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have La Miroir lying on your behalf.
Stop dotting in a foreign language.
If this is gonna work, you have to trust me, too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to.
Witness, is this true? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Yes, a little. Only. What?
First he could seize, now he can talk. What's the fucks? And Zeus, did not know about this last Miroirs? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise.
How many sacreds is this witness hiding? This is the last.
Maki, could you tell us what really happened?
No shooting! I did no shooting!
So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct?
Apparently, the answers to that questions is not simple as either's.
I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right?
Then there is voice.
Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma Apollo?
So when Maki went into the dressing room, Mr. Latoast had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
Panel high up! I take off! Run away! Run away!
So it was you who escaped through the air vent.
As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scenes. Might we take this as confessiones?
Objection!
No, he's clearly denied that he did it.
I know shooting! Manager on floor! Already on floor!
Objection! The victim had already been shot, you says? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song's lyrics. He was at the scenes of these crimes. This can only mean one thing. He's the shooters.
Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
He's clammed up, Apollo.
And let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. No, of course there is.
What is this cocoon anyway?
Qu'est-ce que j'ai dit à ce pourcent de le jeu?
The cocoon, the silk, it's a potent cure. A cure? Well, Maki, are you a smuggler?
Oh, no. J'ai besoin d'un Chrysler Sebring. Maintenant.
Non, je n'ai pas un Chrysler Sebring de donner à toi maintenant. Non. C'est un incroyable gratuit cadeau que tu voudrais. He won't tell me.
That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Maki, please tell us the truth for your own sake.
No! No more speak! Not to any of you!
So much for your precious trust, Harris Foreheads.
Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him.
Regardlessing, this brings us to his impasses.
It does seem the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we're likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. Defense will work things out with defendants that we might proceed.
Your rudimentary understanding of French is really paying dividends this stream. Yeah, but how Maki Tobai was asking for a free Chrysler Sebring at the moment. I'm also going to take a 1-minute break to refill my water. Give me just a moment here. I'll be right back.
Don't go anywhere.
The one thing streamers and voice actors aren't going to tell you is after 6 hours of doing an Ace Attorney stream, my throat feels like I've been gagging on dicks all night. I mean, I can still do the show and everything, but I think tomorrow's going to be a very quiet day for me at work, and I'll leave it at that. Anyway, moving right along.
Apollo Eustace!
That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Oh, don't be a shit.
Believe! I no shooting!
Maki claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room.
Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it?
Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close, very close. Then I hear voice.
You heard gunshots.
Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you're saying that you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead and then you heard shots? If that's true... So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? And you escaped through the air vent.
I know!
Huh? What do you know?
I know if I opening vents, I can leave stage and backstage.
So the vents went to both.
So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh? Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Well, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something.
I hear this from magician.
Magician? Don't look at me. A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Maki didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies.
Are we going with the Garrick defense?
Nick, let me out.
No, not that. Fuck's sakes, fucking keyboard. No, don't select it. Oh, for fucking... We're basically going with the Garrick lies. Is that what we're doing here? Can I just see the money line here, please?
What I want to know is, out of all the stories you told me, which ones were true and which ones weren't?
My dear doctor, they're all true.
Even the lies?
Especially the lies.
I shipped the two of them, and so should everyone else.
That's what Daddy always told me about believing the lies. I'll just pretend you misheard him. Every time. So, what do? You're sure you won't testify, Maki? No talking! No! Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon.
Qu'est-ce que j'ai dit à cette portion de le jeu?
I can't go home.
Can't go home?
Est-ce qu'on peut tout aller à la club super sex à la finalement de la case?
I don't know why I put a rim shot on the end of that. No one knows what the fuck I said anyway. I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon for Borginia is death. That's right.
It's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So, what's your plan? If Maki won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right!
Well, we either pull the magician out of the gallery, or we get La Miroir to talk.
Order's now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very productive.
Very well. So he will testify?
Your Honor, the defendant will not testify.
What?
You fucking what's you dumb dildos? James, and here I thought this was your big chance to turn these cases around.
Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor.
A different angle?
If Maki won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, La Miroir.
La Miroir?
Is this the same trial we started with? Yes, it is, Cupcake.
Objection! What's our use up to's nows? I thought we determined yesterday that La Miroir's testimonies was insubstantiated. There's nothing you can...
La Miroir was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honor.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted La Miroir dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself.
What? I've heard no such reports.
Prosecutor Gavin? Huh? Why would anyone be out to kill La Miroir? Can you think of a reason? Think how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been?
You don't think...
I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out.
So, am I to understand that this is what you're saying, this is? Namely, that there is a nuggets of truths in La Miroir's testimonials. And nuggets we have yet to uncover.
Exactly.
If La Miroir was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lammerwar's testimony once more.
Lasmuars, I must apologize. We must excuse to stands agains and speaks. You need not apologize. I know that Maki is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this.
Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes?
That is correct. At which points I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small windows it seems was closed and was found to be quite soundproof in fact this is.
Could you shut up for like 3 seconds, asshole?
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice?
I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there.
There is, it seems, not much that you do not know.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more for the court.
Of course, Your Honor. We'll do that. Hey, Zyros. Look away. What she heard. I was on my way to the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Okay.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this is what you have said to have happened is impossibles.
Do I have to repeat myself? Lammerwar was attacked because of this testimony.
Jesus Christ, Apollo. Holy shit.
What? Trucy.
Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool.
Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness.
So again, she gave roughly the same testimony yesterday, and someone tried to kill her over it, so there's something in here we're not finding. Alright, well, you're on your way from the stage to the backstage exit. Could you explain that a little, please? Is something wrong?
I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing she said before.
Mr. Justice?
Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony.
Now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days.
The ones in red overs, there's his shining example, there's Judge. I mean, I am in red after all.
You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar.
That's when you heard the Mr. Latouche and the detective. Well, I'd like to hear about that too.
Darian Crescend?
I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that that's impossible? There's no ways you could have heard him.
Because the window at the scene was closed. Is that why?
Of course this is.
Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try.
What were they talking about?
Lammerwar, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us.
I have given it much reflection, but
I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember.
I only heard one phrase clearly.
A whole phrase?
Wow. You remember some things that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I didn't understand what he said.
This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche.
The shooter, then. Darian Crescend. Well, what did he say? Stop just say it already. Stop gooning us or whatever it is. Whatever you fucking kids call it.
It's over. Press the switch now.
Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche?
I thought it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to shed some light on this? Sure, I'd be delighted. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony?
Maybe, Apollo. From a small window, I heard a voice say, "Press the switch now." Not that you'd know this, but we did find a switch at on the concert stage.
Objection! Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words.
Ohs? Yes, there was nothing that the scenes that could be called the switch, saves for delights.
True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there.
On the stage?
Are you claiming that the voice Lamiroir heard was just someone commanding another to press this switch? It's a possibility.
Objection! Oh, Herr's foreheads. I'd call that an impossibilities.
Why? You keep saying that.
It's hardly necessary for me to remind the course of these layouts of these concerts forms. The stage is quite far from Lamiroir's dressing rooms is. Not to mention, these governors were in the middle of concerts on said stages. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Harris' forehead cries of possibilities fallen far short of being heard.
Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, asshole, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait, you like evidence, don't you? Well, how about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room.
The earpieces you've all been wearing, you dumbasses!
Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this.
Why that's,
What? What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter. Communications device. Communications? Device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Is that right, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, actually. There's for talkings between band members. We all had ones on.
So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection! That's true, but wait. Those sends out electronic signals. To avoid interference with the audio systems, this range is quite limited.
Lamiroir said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram with a concert forum.
Ah! Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet.
That counts bees! So when Lamirwar heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Seems possible.
Huh. You're claiming this is the switches and questions? Why does it have to be on the stage at these times? It could be placed in pockets, it's carried anywhere. This is. Someone could have hid it on stage after these facts.
Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't.
An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it.
I was sure this was the way to go with this.
What is this switch anyways? This is. We don't even know that's basic facts.
We didn't tell him that part.
Wait a second.
I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo, Earth to Polly? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, we have no further information to share concerning the switch.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is.
Well, that's a fucking first. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking a switch to the case, so fuck it. Why don't you just tell us? All right, let's see your evidence. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is?
Well, it goes with the igniter. We established that, but you don't know that. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this?
That's that what? Is it another one of them newfangled phones?
This is an igniter.
What phone looks like this?
I don't know, I got a bunch of prop ones and none of them look like that.
Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yes, actually.
You aren't saying that this switches the remotes?
I am. This is the remote trigger for an igniter.
What?
Look, I'll show you.
Yow! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom.
It could be a Raspberry Pi phone. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected.
My whiskers had caught on fire.
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger.
Yeah, these attorneys really do love withholding evidence. It's like they're having an argument as a couple.
Doesn't that suggest something to you?
Yours talking about what happens to me, aren't you?
Ah! Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance.
Wasn't that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware that such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned down was a valuable keepsake.
That's right. He got it in Bargenia from La Miroir. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes.
The better is these guitars, the brighter is it burns. Here's four heads.
Yes?
Those tells me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Las Miroirs, and the guitar suddenly catching on fires.
I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset,
and I can already see where this is going, but I'll let the game get to it.
He ordered someone on stage to press the switch.
The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. Oh, something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Yeah, I can't either for some reason. Just completely incapable of doing so. Just really cannot put one single solitary finger on it.
Really? It seems pretty simple to me.
Heads, foreheads, don't destroy what little respects I have for yous.
Well, fuck you too, pal.
I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
His simple story simply makes no sensibles. Thanks, that's nice. My guitar's caught combustions, yes? The cause may have been this in diesels. However, this guitar's caught fires during the second sets.
Ah, that's right. Of course.
The guitar got fired during La Miroir's song. Indeed, yet the shootings happened during the third set. Did it? The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty.
See? His stories makes no sensibles.
Objection! Are you sure about that?
Eh? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation to switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise is this, specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
I've been waiting all day for this fucking song to play. This is the You Fucked Up Now Royal Sonny Boy music.
Objection!
What's this? But detectives and Miss Guys heard shots and found the bodies. All of this happened since the third act.
Objection! Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Maki was in a dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony. Namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting.
This is insane, Sibbles.
Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote trigger igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act.
What? Order! 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 But that goes against the evidence.
What does, Your Honor?
Well, this crime was carried out according to lyrics of the song, yes?
Hey, he's right. Look. The bullet is supposed to come after fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh?
Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics.
You're saying the orders was reversed on purposes?
Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin.
If the criminals follows the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shootings would have to come after these guitars burst into flames. Yet their foreheads is raised others possibilities. He's claiming that the bullets came not after, but just before the fires.
Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? We haven't even fucking talked about that. That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way.
Order! 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 That would explain this most unusual situation.
It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
Objection! Aw, man, the music stopped. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tales makes no sensibles at all. I'm listening. Oh, it sounds good. All it gives you that. You've given us reasons why these killers bothered following the lyrics of my songs. But my questions are logicals. For it's flawed from these very beginnings.
Flawed?
Yes, a contradiction tears foreheads. Ones I pointed out several times in those listicles. At the times of these crimes, the small windows at these scenes was closed. How could Vladimir Wars have heard their voices through it?
Oh.
I know that you would like to divert our attentions from these critical facts, but you're basing your entire lines of reasonings on false premises.
Right. Vladimir Wars' testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. But what if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work?
I see the more direct lines of questioning is required. When the crime scenes was investigated, immediately after the crimes, that windows was closed. Cares to tell us how Vladimir Wars heard the voice?
A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court?
Yeah, I can, you idiots.
Okay, Justice, you got one thing to prove, and one thing only. Vladimir Wars heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think. How was Vladimir Wars able to hear the voice?
It's not fucking rocket science. She was somewhere else.
When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window.
Ah, it's good to hear as you're making sense again. For moments, I was afraid you might be Borginians too.
As I was saying, Vladimir Wars could not hear the voice through that window. So there can be only one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely.
What's this? Why is the music playing again?
You still amuse me, souls, Terrence foreheads. And here I thought you had good sense was back on speaking terms. Now, I'm afraid using good sense speak two entirely different languages. Also, apparently, you can't decide whose toppings and whose bottomings using logicals. Shell size interprets for you, Terrace Foreheads. Leslie Wars clearly states that she heard his voice through that small windows. And there's only one small window that she sees.
Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is?
Yeah. I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Eh, fuck it, whatever. You claim Lamir War heard the voice from another location. Master Justice, show us where this location was.
Lamir War heard the voice from here.
It's the vent, stupid!
This is where Lamir War heard that voice from.
But that's no small window, that's the air vent.
What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called an air vent a small window.
Objection! Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. Just make sure you don't activate the emergency brakes. So Lasby Wars was in the ventilation systems listening to this man's voices?
That's the only logical explanation, yes.
Logicals? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Harris Foreheads! Oh, I love the localization team.
Okay, what about it isn't logical?
Ha! It hardly met its sayings! Why would Lasby Wars be in the ventilation systems? Hijinks like rats! Those defense intended to hers, of course.
The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin, isn't it? Lamiroir? You've been listening to our discussion here, yes?
Yes. I admit it, it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
The heck?
The problem here is words. Lamiroir, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room? Not low on a wall?
Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
What?
Yeah, if only we had an actual translator in here. What a concept. So much bullshit could have been avoided.
Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you, in fact, saying that you were above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact, I was. I am sorry. I never imagined it become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
Uh-oh. Here's where the magician gets involved, I think.
I believe it's time for the testimony.
I'm not sure I can't.
May I remind you this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of the room. Please.
Well, looks like I'm on the right track.
Okay, why I was doing a Sam Fisher. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. I've played Dino Crisis. I'm familiar with the concept. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Bound to secrecy?
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but
You must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for. Yeah, Helferheads? Our mission in this course is to discern the truths. No obligations, no binding pacts may hinder that missions.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Well, what are you gonna do, Apollo?
I'm gonna find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her.
All right. Let's keep going. You were above the ceiling when you heard the voice. You had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of your performance. You had no time to report what you'd heard. As to why you were there, you cannot say. That's okay. I'll save you the trouble. It was all part of a grand illusion. A magnificent one, you might even say. Huh?
La Miroir, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance.
What happened?
Yes, it's all right here on this video.
Hey, Cactus F and Chris, so true. Because, yeah, she vanishes from that fucking stage. His guitar catches fire in the process. And he's busy dealing with that. Then magically reappears over there on what appears to be some kind of a little elevator platform built into the platform. I just love the video of him trying to put out the fire.
As we can see, La Miroir was clearly not on stage for her entire performance.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess you're right.
Though it saddens me to be so realistic, La Miroir is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum.
Apollo!
But what, Trucy?
It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules!
But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice.
This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast.
Clavia's still sweating bullets over there.
Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed.
Aha!
He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage to the backstage to the rear of the forum. Recall La Miroir's testimony from yesterday.
I was on my way to the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
She went from the stage to the backstage exit? A perfect description of this route above the ceiling.
La Miroir knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew.
What?
Just now in the lobby, Maki told me something.
I know if I opening vent, I could leave stage and backstage.
He said that?
Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin, fuckface?
I knew about the vanishing acts, of course. Yet I had no ideas if the route stats would be used. Why didn't stats magicians tells me?
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound La Miroir to secrecy. Well, La Miroir?
I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Maki was right about you.
So, what does this mean? Are you saying you use this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused.
Why is that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
That's a good question.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well. Mr. Justice?
Yes?
It's all up to you. Do your thing.
What thing, Your Honor?
You need to explain how La Miroir was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with a bathwater.
Why do I get picked on? It's La Miroir who wasn't going along with the program here.
As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it'll be your job to wring the truth out of her.
Yes, if you would, please.
Right.
I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo!
Here we go again. The big illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
Wait, 2 minutes?
2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens.
I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something.
As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what La Miroir is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here.
Well, so if she was missing for 20 seconds, but singing but she had needed 2 minutes to get where she was going, something isn't adding up here. You followed the route as you were instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage. I'm not questioning that. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for you to move there in 2 minutes. Could you elaborate, please?
2 minutes?
Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you're running.
Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling?
Well, yeah, Regina does it in Dino Crisis 1 all the time. She really does. Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me.
Oh, that's true, but...
So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway.
La Miroir disappears in the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes? How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in the video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony?
Evidence explaining the discrepancy?
fuck it, sure.
There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between video and testimony.
And as soon as I turn off my echo, I'll find it. Is the video edited? Well, let's take a look at the video. Now I'm gonna full screen it here. Okay, so I mean, she's still singing. I mean, it looks like her. I mean, imagine trying to figure this out on the DS back in the day. Okay, and now she's gone. This guitar is about to catch fire. Yeah, there it goes. I mean, I think the video quality is pretty good on DS, but still. And there she is. Okay. Wait. Where the fuck's her brooch? Okay, so the brooch was found at the crime scene near the vent. She lost it at some point. The person at the start of the video has the brooch. The person at the end of the video doesn't. If she made that trip in 2 minutes, but she was only missing for 20 seconds, one of these people is not La Miroir. Alright, well, I'm just gonna roll with it here. I'm gonna say the brooch is the problem, and we'll see if that gets me anywhere. I think I got it.
La Miroir, do you happen to remember this brooch?
Aha! Yeah, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not?
It was found at the scene, Your Honor.
And you're bringing this up now, wise. I thought Sweets already determines when sets was drops.
So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video.
Oh shit, I just saw your thing catch fire there. I didn't see that before. His guitar's already on fire.
Here you can see she's wearing the brooch.
And you can see his fuck. Can I see that again, actually? Give me the fucking video. Maybe earlier. So yeah, she starts out. She's got the brooch on, yeah. We're looking for one particular tracking shot here. Because I thought the guitar... Because, yeah, we see him fumble over the damn thing, but... It looks like it actually ignites earlier in the set. So, my guess it's like... right here. So when they go in close, don't watch her, watch him. Watch his guitar like a fucking hawk. Watch the circle. The sound holder. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, there it goes. Fucker's on fire. Anyway, here you can see she's wearing
the brooch.
So she is.
Let's look a bit later. It's gone.
What? The brooch? It's gone.
What? Yes, The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation. The Lime Reward we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lime Reward we see after are two different people. What? The brooch was found on the floor of the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lime Reward, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way to the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime?
Yeah, I think I did.
Well, I mean, she's not wearing it now, for Christ's sake. Order for Prosecutor Gavin.
From your expressions, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shootings took place at the same times.
So, I was right? There was a switch. I don't mean the click, I mean people.
There was. Just before the stage towers rose, Lasme Wars was replaced.
While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement La Miroir?
Why, he's the man behind the illusions, Valent Grimari.
It was Grimari. That's quite the illusion. How do you hide that iconic mustache so well? But I still don't get one thing. You probably hit it because you weren't supposed to see it at that resolution.
Yes.
The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage?
That's right.
But this fake La Miroir is still singing. And she's pretty good.
That's true.
Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
What? What? You mean to tell me that someone at a concert was lip syncing?
They played us like a damn fiddle.
That's it. Show's over. Turns out it was real easy to recreate that video. These governors aren't some kinds of airs guitars bands, Frolines. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? Once we plays shows lives, we plays lives. No's recordings is. Perhaps you can explain Las Miroirs? Very well. I'm gonna go to Magician Hell for this.
Yes, do tell. It adds to your testimony.
I had to keep singing even while I moved.
Hold it!
You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings. So I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage?
Why should it matter where I sing, where everywhere I go is the same darkness?
It's an acoustics issue! If you're singing in a fucking sardine can, it's gonna sound different than an open stage!
Are we not acknowledging the laws of sound physics?
But if you were singing while you were walking...
That's right. What did the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all.
That is right.
Are you sure?
You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the fucking ceiling.
Once again, we comes back to the states of the scenes of the crimes.
What state? I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder.
Ah, that's monitoring the stage from his room. Monitoring. It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied? That dressing rooms was fitted with large speakers playing direct feeds from stage. That's my request, actually. So Lamior singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamior speaking over the speaker. Yeah, but wouldn't there have been wicked microphone feedback? Yeah, what Zodiac was just said. Wouldn't the microphone pick up feedback the closer she got in the... Yeah, this whole case just ignores just how acoustics work, how sound engineering works. Anyway. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice! La Miroir, I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes, it startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse. Sugar, pleasure, pleasure, but a fleeting member. Pleasure, pleasure, but a fleeting... Oh, she only says it once. She's actually supposed to say it twice. Pleasure, pleasure. Yeah. Huh. So not many would notice. Foreheads! That's mixing boards I lent you. Where is it? The mixing... Huh? You think I fucking carry that thing around with me? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I completely forgot about it. How? The thing takes up like half the room. Let's take a listen. You're all gonna know the lyrics to this thing by heart by the time we're done here. You'll all be qualified to sing this song. Oop. Yeah, she missed the line. The song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. As I argue with this thigh high being up too high. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. Do we have to? You just better... You could have had the right spot queued up first, you dick. We gotta sit through this again? Fuck's sake. Yeah, she only says it once. This is more flashbacks than episode of Lost. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamior's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescend could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. What? I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughlessly. Yet one's problems remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Here's for its theory does have a certain kinds of logiques to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lamior's testimonials.
Yes, is there a problem with this?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendants?
But you have no proof.
All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man themselves.
The man? You don't mean...
Yes. Those he is friends and band members, Darian's Crescents must take the stands. I sees no other ways.
As someone with a new perspective on the case?
As a suspect, to be franks. This is a refreshing take coming from a prosecutor in this franchise.
Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole.
He is kind of rat-faced now that you mention it.
And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Creston, get ready for justice.
It's as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. Prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin.
I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties is.
Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
Boy, am I glad I ate that large dinner before I started the show. I'm not even hungry yet. I'm not gonna lie, the show's gone a little over, but fuck it, we're gonna finish it. We're gonna finish this dog. Alright then. 1:40 p.m. apparently. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamiwar's performance?
The reason why she was in the air vent, and that switch and the flaming guitar, when you link it all together, that's what you end up with.
I knew you had what it took. Hey, it's Phoenix!
Ah, Daddy! Mr. Wright! You believed in me?
Not really. Oh, well.
Huh?
I just thought I'd make a cooler entrance than say, hiya!
Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all.
Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission.
Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed.
Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again.
Huh? You're leaving?
Oh, one thing before I go.
What?
Good luck.
Right. Is that all you came to say?
I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Maki to buy off the hook, no doubt.
Yeah, but
you're after that detective, aren't you?
Darian Crescent, yeah.
It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system.
The current court system?
What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based off one fragile assumption. Namely, that her diva divine is telling the truth.
But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch?
A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder? There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case.
But
if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure.
So what do I do?
Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend.
Detective Sky? Emma!
Let's see. This bag of snacks was meant for me. Here it is.
What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually.
Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense.
Burnt fragments added to the court record, bearing a gunpowder residue, possibly a firecracker.
That's all for me, I suppose.
See you after the verdict. Maybe.
Right.
Every man has an igniter inside him.
Excuse me?
Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off.
And he walked out the door, just like a magician. Normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean?
I guess we have to take his evidence and hope it makes sense when the time comes.
I guess.
We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy.
We got this.
Let's finish this.
Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent?
In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any times.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this is. Darian was the first detectives I ever worked with. Bro, how can you work with the police department for this long and not realize they're a bunch of fucking crooks? We stopped working together when he moves to Criminals Affairs Division 3s. But his guitar's playing, it fires my imaginables.
That's nice, but it's nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct?
Oh, I know, hairs for heads.
Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent.
Shark Boy. Name and occupations, please.
Darian Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who don't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you heard of us? You fully understand the circumstances in which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me a word I wouldn't be standing here.
The situation's changed, Darzians, and don't call me partners.
Fair. So much for old friends.
I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial.
Yes, it's that time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Larimer Ward's testimony, if, in fact, you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Bulgaria. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice, ha!
Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing.
We're gonna have to think outside the witness box, I guess. Darian's rebuttal.
Adiva's lying, plain and simple. She got nothing to back up a story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots. As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man.
Yeah, about that.
So you claim Lamir Ward's testimony was a lie. Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid, and she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind.
You goes too far, Darians.
Look, all I'm saying is you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective?
because we've been around the block enough times.
Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
He didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this without Lamiror's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place.
I think we got a really big tool for proving it, but let's get there first. Diva's lying, plain and simple. I'm not going to entertain that one. Not going to entertain that one. She forgot the words because of the gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hit those gunshots during the third set? Actually, new evidence has been brought to light that suggests the large combustion noise we heard might not have been a gunshot.
Objection!
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What things?
The first was this small device.
That's the remote's triggered igniters.
Correct. And one more thing.
What are those? Remains of something burnt. Not on the guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowders were found on these fragmentals. We have reports it was something like, say, firecrackers, you says.
How did Gavin know about this?
What? You think Detective Skies works for yous? I received the reports this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decisions, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darians as witnesses in today's trials, just in cases.
This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control.
Yeah?
You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. The explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me.
How so?
So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by? Ha!
That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then?
The firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear. You get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man?
Oh. How do I explain this?
He may not look this, but Darian's is gifted detectives. Shows any weaknesses and he's sure to find it.
He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man.
That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that days myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third sets.
Something odd?
A headset. The kind all of us bands and staff members were wearing. Wait, what? Wait, you're putting that headset we found in the hallway there on the day of the crime? Do you work for me?
We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room.
What if the headset wasn't drops, but placed? And what if it was turned on?
You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage.
Whose side do you want, Gavin?
Listen to me, Starsians. There are no sides in courts of laws. What an idealist. Which is why I now turns to yous, hairs foreheads. I have some questions for yous.
Huh? For me?
The igniters and the burnt fragments were found at the scenes of these crimes. It certainly is possibilities that these was parts of ruse to fake the sounds of gunshots. Throws the headsets from the hallways into these mixed. You could fabricate Sindali's Baba, but we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been reals or fakes. We can't say this. You've raised the possibilities that the shot turds during the third sets were fakes. Now you need to prove the other halves of the case.
The other half?
Look, I'll just tell him.
Huh? He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while a little piano player was on stage. That's right, Gavin?
Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examinations would be less than pointed.
Well, Mr. Justice, you prove the crime took place during the second set.
Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven.
You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue with a cross-examination then, shall we? Witness, your testimony, if you would.
Oh, this isn't gonna be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am.
Wait, you have a question. Why does the prosecutor get to be the head prosecutor of the case that he's involved in conflict of... Yeah? What's our proof that the... Well, there's something I've been meaning to look into here. We think the shooting took place in the second set, right? Which one of these is just... Okay, which one's just the audio? Or the vocal? If she was walking through... So, this is a live feed of what she's singing while she's in the vent. Oh... I don't know about you, but I just heard a gunshot. Can we run that one back? Well, there you have it.
It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamirwar's song. A song?
What exactly is this, device thingy that's taking up so much space in my courtroom? New variety of gramophone, perhaps?
Come on, we just used this. Don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part.
Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volumes. Each instrument is adjustable to partsleys. Lamirwar's voice is included.
Oh! But what does this prove?
According to Lamirwar's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song.
You intend to examine the recordings at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots this is.
Exactly. Ha! Ridiculous, I say, sweating. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage?
Have you forgotten, Starsians? We were all wearing these headsets.
Oh, right.
We were all deeply involved in Dar's performances. But Lamirwar's headsets would have picked up what she heard all these aims.
Now let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now.
Lamirwar stopped singing when the shots were fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots.
Well, good news is we already found it. It's right here. Actually, let me drop everyone else just because. It's literally that one.
Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamirwar's vocals.
I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot.
Well, what? This has to be some kind of mistake. with my giant floppy dickhead in my face. I believe the cases has indeed been made. Gunshots were heard during the second sets, which means Lasmuir's testimonies was true. Gah! His hair is getting flaccid on us. Order! So, she was telling the truth about what she heard? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescens, you weren't on stage during the second sets. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from his weapon? Lasmuir was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again and Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? As once again I am reminded of some things. Huh? Or his performances that days. Your performance? Seeing the mixing boards jogs my memories and how much of a stupid f***up Starian's Crescens is. Yours theirs too, Hair's Foreheads. What is it with today's? Problems after problems, ex tongues. My hogs won't start, my guitar's cases is busted, my guitar spins burnt to crisps, and the tops is all off someone's deads. And Denster was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Seconds guitars? It was you, Starsians. I thought it strange at the times. How could you miss such simple skews? I knows yous. I knows how yous plays. Yours better than that. Yeah, well, what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder's weapons, Mr. Latouche's 45 caliber's hand cannons. As we have learned, even the shooters doesn't go unscarred with revolvers that sizes. A kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulders if you're amateurs. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting the revolver? Ha! You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent? I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearms issued by police officers is 38 caliber's weapons. A much tamer's beasts. Also, the murder's weapons belongs to the victims, Mr. Latouche's, which suggests there was struggles between killers and victims. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent! What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up Brody faction has to say. Hey, you, attorney! Me? Exactly which piece of evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything, and you got an alleged guitar cue missed due to 45 caliber kickback. I wait for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak piece of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reason why you couldn't have done it. Oh boy. This guy's really friggin' squirming, all right? Proof of innocence. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy, I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How can I possibly know a manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
What division of police did you say you worked in again earlier when you started? International Affairs, I think you said?
A simple reason, indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, isn't that the case that Mr. Latouche had not been to the country before?
According to our records, yes, not even once this is.
I see. Well, very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great. Now I need to find a motive.
Well, I don't think it's that hard when you think about it there. It's really not hard. You got no motive, man. Well, okay. Think about this logically for a second, Phoenix. This man killed Romain Latouche. What was Romain Latouche doing here? He was apparently trying to break up a smuggling ring. It's not that fucking hard. Just present the fucking egg. May I offer you an egg in these trying times?
Your Honor, take a look at this.
What's that? Looks like candy.
It's not. Don't lick it, please.
I mean, that's usually what I look like when I'm saying don't lick it.
Detective Crescent, ever seen this?
Looks like a piece of candy.
What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it.
Huh?
Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found amongst the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? Never seen one that color.
It is a variety only found in these republics of Borginzias. Nowhere else is.
All right, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Sure, this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Latouche. Does it?
It does. Wait, I think it does.
You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind you could make, silk out of?
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative? For what?
Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought since curables. It is no medicine of its kinds. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginias.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering.
We looked into the matters at some lengths. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture remedies from the cocoons. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily create a large quantities of something else entirely. Oh, candied corn? A deadly poison, in fact. Oh, bioweapon. Okay, I can see how there'd be tight controls over this.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got onto these black markets. It caused quite the commotions in these global communities, though the media was kept largely unawares.
Intriguing.
All this has led to a strict ban on these cocoons exports. One's rigidly enforced by Interpol, amongst others.
Interpol, huh?
Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent.
Eh? So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That what you're trying to say, fuckface?
I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder.
Oh, so I was gonna sell it on the black market. Make myself a pretty penny, I suppose. Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable.
Unthinkable, you say? Why?
Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling cocoons business.
Do we have to? Can't we just throw this guy in jail and call it a night?
International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons, and that ball's all hot and bothered about them.
Can't sell them on a black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal.
Oh, there's a thing about that, though. I'll hold my cards for a second here.
Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I gonna risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted.
According to our reports, these cocoons tops Interpol's lists. Selling them to underground organizations would be riskies.
Very well, you may begin the cross-examination.
This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what.
Yeah, you kids. The Lily 2024, exactly, gimmick puppet. Cocoon smuggling, huh? There's just one thing about what your premise here. That's too dangerous to sell in the black market. What if you didn't even have to get the black market involved? What if someone really wanted to pally up to the Chief Justice, who apparently his son is inflicted with incuritis, asshole?
Objection!
Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. Second I found out I was the cop, I could kiss my keys to goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this?
That article. Oh, that's about the Chief Justice's.
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not just a cure for any disease. A cure for incuritis.
Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere.
You went to visit a victim of disease this morning.
Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying...
Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband?
Not even to save his own son's life?
But even if the deal went through, why'd it be an international scandal?
That's Detective Creston's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice.
Detective Creston, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about it, if the Chief Justice were the buyer...
Yeah, have you seen a Supreme Court lately?
Why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. Very cowardly seller.
Hey, don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Bulgarian Customs barely sleeps, they're so worried about cocoons getting out.
So we were informed. Let's continue with a cross-examination.
So yeah, Bulgarian Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. You see, that's the thing about that. One person had access to the diplomatic bag. One very important person, as it would seem. A person who, vacuum sealed a guitar.
Objection!
Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
Oh, I don't believe it.
Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office?
It was beautiful instruments. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman's like last new wars. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night and she made presents of it.
So this guitar is from Borginia?
That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plains. Changes to their pressures and humidities would ruins the woods. So we vacuum packed it in Lasmure Studios. I use special shipping service available to me for transporting evidences.
So when I refer to the diplomatic bag, cultural attaches and other related embassy workers can have flights and what have you come out of the country and use what is called a diplomatic pouch, diplomatic bag. That effectively means that certain things can get into or out of the country without that particular country's customs officials being able to inspect it.
They brought this right up to my offices for me. Pristine and untouched.
Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched?
Quite. These guitars was wrapped in several sheets and vacuums packed in Borginias. The pack was untouched until the days of the concerts. Are you saying that guitars was...
With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia.
What?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right?
Work? Good memories, Harris Foreheads. Well, you know how guitars have round holes in the fronts? It's called the sound hole. We couldn't think of better names. Anyways, they found something attached to woods just inside the holes. A broken device of some sort, this is.
A broken device?
Yes, this in fact this is.
An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean...
He means this, of course, this is.
There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. Huh? And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band?
Yo!
Order! Order! Order!
So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reasons, it seems.
It was a safety precaution.
A precaution? There's four heads. That's less. It all comes together.
Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamure's ballad, if you please.
First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanors, which forced me to break the locks on my guitar's case.
The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Mr. Latouche, undercover agents, was on to some things. He would have known about the guitars. He only has to check the shipping's records. So, Mr. Latouche tries to examine these guitars himself.
If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do would be to get rid of the whole lot.
It's over. Press the switch, now!
The guitar burst into flames and the cocoon was lost. And then Mr. Latouche died.
With Lasmure's there is to witness this, is it?
There's your case.
Brilliant, man!
Detective Crescent?
I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly?
For a made up stories, it makes the great deals of senses, Darzians.
Fair, Republic of Bulgaria. Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there.
True. You haven't?
Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh?
It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Borginian accomplice. That's all.
Huh?
That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamirwar heard proves it.
It's over. Press the switch. Now!
You made this transmission from backstage.
While your co-conspirators was on stages.
But who was it?
This is it.
The coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him.
Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
It was Phoenix Wright!
This person is the accomplice?
I thought you said the accomplice was Borginians.
Actually, can I take that back?
Certainly, and here, have this penalty for your trouble.
Ouch.
Let me ask again. Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
Oh, it was Romain Latouche.
This person's the accomplice?
Oh, I thought he was Borginian. All right. Who was the accomplice? It's my client, you jackasses! Also, why is this thing not... Excuse me? Hello? There it goes. Fucking shitty-ass Joy-Cons here. It's my client, you dumbasses!
There is only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Maki Tobai!
But Mr. Justice, he's your client.
A defense attorney accusing his client? Oh, that's the new one.
I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. I could give a fuck about the smuggling charge. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime.
Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lamirwar?
It couldn't have been.
Well, you seem sure of yourself.
The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor.
Electronic signals?
Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamirwar was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamirwar still could have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar Serenade, which means it would have been elevated. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamirwar stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamirwar's position in the air vent.
Ah!
Well, Detective Crescent, fuckface, what do you say to that?
Yana? Yes, Detective? Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time? Well, fuck it, I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Well, he's gonna point out the same thing we've been pointing out. The moment in which the guitar catches fire. But we have an answer for that, I think. 'Cause yeah, watch it. Yeah, there it goes. And now you can see it's on fire. Too bad, so sad. Punk! But punk? First you were slaves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
Well, what exactly are we supposed to see in this video?
The problems isn't what we sees. Correct, Starsians?
Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians after all.
Care to explain for us non-musicians?
Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the weed pianist to set off the igniter. That right?
Yes?
Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right?
Okay.
Well, take it out and listen. Pay attention to the piano.
Piano? I mean, the piano is playing. But, bro, we found the thing in the piano, you dumbass. You think I forgot that already? We literally found the thing in the piano. This isn't as hard as a sell as he thinks it is.
What seems to be the problem there? Piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it?
Ah.
Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva.
La Miroir.
But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she?
Yeah, it could have been a fucking foot pedal. I mean, they used one and you only live twice.
Yeah, accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch.
That's what's about to...
The piano plays non-stop. He couldn't have pressed that switch.
Well, Mr. Justice, piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire.
Well,
it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. I'm Apollo Justice. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just...
Strange. What's strange? No, it's just, something's odd about these performance there. What? What's weird? Isolate the piano. Okay, piano's number 4. Okay, but some of those notes sound a little fucked up at the end there. I'm just gonna rewind the whole section here just for a laugh. Like, one of the notes towards the end doesn't have the same echo. That one. Actually, can we look at that again here? What are the other parts again? Okay, and one is her singing. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, it sounds like one of the notes from the piano was a little bit off at the end of that, which I think would correspond to when the switch was pushed. Odd? Yeah, the left hand was missing for that part. You're right. Because, yeah, you play piano with two hands. You get the lower part and the upper part.
Mr. Justice, if Maki Tobai didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is.
But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice.
You got the facts wrong, man.
Huh?
Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar's on fire. The pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story's full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant, Maki Tobai, the accomplice? You're answerable on everything you've said here. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Maki's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined.
I know that! It has to be him! He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch.
Well, you better find a way to prove it. I kind of think I did.
Ah! What do I do? What do I do?
There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd?
Something odd. Wait a second.
Well, what? You thought of something?
What was Gavin saying just now?
Strange.
What's strange?
No, it's just, something's odd about this performances there.
It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd?
Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this, and you proved Maki Tobai pressed that switch. Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove he pressed the switch?
I'd like to think I can.
I don't know if you'd call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible.
Then, as prosecutors, it falls to me to ask you to show us some evidence supporting this. Here's foreheads. You're sure about this?
Ha! Accept it. There's no new evidence, man.
Just out of an abundance of caution here. Just in case I fuck this up, Royal.
Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim the defendant pressed that switch?
Well, we're gonna have to go with the mixing board.
The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor.
Music? What about music?
Let's listen to the piano part around the time the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar bursts into flame.
Oh, we're right, chat. We're right. Yeah, it gets real simple. I think I kind of... I had the right idea, but the wrong part of the song.
I hear a piano being played.
I think he's about to make the point.
But doesn't it sound kind of simple?
Simple?
I think I knows what he's suggesting. You think Smarkies could have played that parts with one hands?
One hand?
He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other.
Ha! What's this, some kind of piano savant?
Well, somebody in my chat is.
Actually, no.
Now, what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand.
Maybe... I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait! I know! Hey, Trucy! Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he?
Oh, Daddy? Oh, he couldn't play a part like that even if he had three hands.
So sorry. So sad for you.
No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way.
Man, how are you gonna prove whether he played with one hand or two? You can't.
I admit it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand.
How do you know that?
The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as something odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song.
No way. Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. 8 hours into the fucking show. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flame.
Maki was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. And one section of the song proves it.
I'm just gonna isolate everything but the piano, basically. I want to start from the top. Yeah. Yeah, it starts out fucking simple and then gets more complex again. Okay, stop playing the fucking thing. Oh, I have to present a section. I present section 2. Just gonna put the indicator there just in case.
Take that! That's the section. I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist, Prosecutor Gavin?
It's the beautiful songs, and the lyrics are as outstanding as this is.
I'll take that to mean there isn't a problem with a section at all.
Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin heard? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse, right? I know, I just need to find a place to compare to that. Your Honor, if you'll give me one more chance, I think I can find it.
I suppose you don't have a choice. Very well. You claim the defendant was playing with one hand when the switch was pressed. Show us the part that proves it.
Maki was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. And one section of the song proves it.
The first section where it sounded more complex. Yeah, there's no high notes in the... There's barely any high notes in the second section. So you just contrast that with the first section, and there you go.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you.
As I'm sure as you've realized it's yourselves, Harris Foreheads.
Realize what?
I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we?
Do we have to?
Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase.
Okay.
Man. How many times we gotta listen to the same thing?
You're right. Enough of that.
Huh?
Let's listen to another section, shall we?
Oh, another section?
The guitar burst into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh That Night in Your Embrace."
It is that doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Play verse 2 again. Do we have to?
Yeah, I guess we have to.
There, did you hear that?
No, but yes.
They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. What?
Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure.
What's that proof?
I would think you'd know that by now.
This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses in different arrangements happens all the time.
Not this time, Darzians.
Huh?
There's no points in changing the arrangements if you can't hear us as clearly. And that wasn't the points. I had them placed specifically so that the pianos would stay in the backgrounds.
Oh.
That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself.
Now ask yourself why Maki changed how he played. And there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch.
This big floppy hair boner again. Yeah, no kidding, Zodiacos.
Order!
I'm not saying it 3 times.
I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, quite. Those personally, this comes as terrible disappointments.
What? No comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on the matter. Good show, slaves! Great show!
It's not over? I don't like when he looks so happy.
You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing.
Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in used hairs foreheads.
Huh? Me?
Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. The facts all checks out. But even now, you have yet to show just a single pieces of decisive evidences.
Yeah, but the facts, anyone can see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
But
1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system.
I don't believe it.
It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present.
Oh, I think if he did, we would have already seen it a long ways back.
It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation because all of your evidence is circumstantial.
What? The truth is staring us all right in the fucking face! Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said?
It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system.
So what do I do?
Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off.
I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn to a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I gotta find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal.
So, can I get back to work now or what? May look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with his deadweight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to stand once we let him go.
Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, good guitars that kept dry is why. That provides the best sounds.
Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning.
What?
Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo!
What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney.
Alles die Betters. I'm rather fond of posters, and I intend to hear this one through to the very ends.
Huh?
Here's for heads. You are accusing this man, Darcius Crescent, of two crimes: the murders of Mr. Slatus and the smugglings of Borgining's cocoons. This is your last chance to prove your cases.
This trial has already run for far too long. We're over 8 hours at this point. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent.
Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is...
What's the one thing you're supposed to do when you're involved in a conspiracy? Keep everyone quiet. What's the best way to keep everyone quiet? Kill them. What did he forget to do? He forgot to kill his fellow conspirator. I'd like to call a witness.
Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence.
Huh? So what is?
It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else.
Use means as witnesses.
Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt?
Why, it's his fellow conspirator, Maki Tobai.
The one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Maki Tobai.
Your client? Again?
Maki Tobai was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he could easily prove the one who plotted to smuggle the cocoon is the real criminal in this case.
Yeah, two people can keep a secret if one of them is dead.
How so?
It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latus was looking for. Without the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt-out guitar.
Uh-huh. How very scientific of you.
Thus, if Maki Tobai acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved.
Darian's laughing again?
Your unrelenting passion is, well, it's remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to.
Why not?
Or I should say, why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling.
What's this all about?
Taking a cocoon out of the countries means death. By Borginian's law.
Ah. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, and testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not taking...
But you're wrong, Detective Crescent.
That you're wrong, I should say. I'm losing my accent. What? It's the other way around. If Maki doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. Not yet, anyway. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia. And so Slexley's broadcast our dealings in courses today's, including the parts about these Borginians cocoons. Yeah, but floppy hair boner. But if Maki doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not gonna find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's gonna think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Maki Tobaye. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Maki Tobaye knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Hey. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? No, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Hey. Please! Don't talk!
I think his whole hair just flew off. Oh, never mind. Darians, I consider that's my last sessions with yous. We rocked.
I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. He's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though.
Yes, there is.
Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk. You'll tell this court everything?
I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer who can overlook a crime.
Today's trials, it was all for yours benefits, you knows. I sees no reasons why you should hesitate nows.
I knew! From the beginning, I knew! Maki! Situation I cannot explain, but money I needed! Very much money!
Today's trial raised a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However,
it just becomes apparent that not all things can be tried by these standards.
Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, that's a problem for another case. Mr. Maki Tobaye.
Yes?
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regard to the current charges of murder of Mr. Latouche, his court is prepared to announce the verdict.
I took your glasses off.
I thank you. Aren't my eyes so cute? I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Maki Tobaye, after 8 hours of grueling legal combat, not guilty. Court is adjourned.
Good riddance. Okay, that went about 2 hours longer than I budgeted for. But I had a good time. I wonder what'll happen to Maki. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy! Oh, damn it, both of them have the same voice. I owe you both my thanks. La Miroir! My, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Maki was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. I don't think it's so much evil, it's just his material needs weren't satisfied and clearly needed a shitload of money for something, so I wouldn't exactly denounce him as evil, but I guess Lily just said, fuck that kid, I suppose. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, La Miroir lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. And half of chat wants to really Phoenix right now. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right. She is the landscape painter in town, after all. I will paint the two of you. I promise. It's the single dad vibe. Yes. Woohoo! I can't wait, La Miroir. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet! Me too! And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar Serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Story checks out. And if you ever wanted to find out what single daddy Phoenix has been up to, I think you just have to pick up a copy of the game and check it out for yourself. Because it was certainly going somewhere. We'll return to the games menu. So there you go. 8.5 hours to nail down Turnabout Serenade. Now, all that being said, at some point, we're playing this one on the show. I don't know when, but it's going to happen. Unfortunately, Phoenix will stop looking like a daddy for some reason. But he's got a dapper new vest. And the courtroom explodes for some reason. And Apollo looks like he came out of Kingdom Hearts for some reason. Imagine all that. All right, here's what we're going to do. We have been live for 8.5 hours. I am done. I'm going to go take a piss and then play the stupid horsey game for the rest of the night. We're going to wind down for the evening. And there you have it. Like I said, it went a little bit longer than I planned, but I wanted to get this done, and it was the show I always wanted to do before we moved the Sunday time slot around. So as far as I'm concerned, I got exactly what I wanted. All right. Before we figure out where we're going, let's read off the list of gravitas. Your biddies, raids, subs, and tippies to this channel will never required, always appreciated. And I love the shout at the end of the show. See what kind of action we had here today. It wasn't too much, but again, this is kind of one where I just talk and you listen, which it's not the most interactive medium, but I appreciate that people wanted to hear it all the same. Because to be completely honest, a show like this kind of flies in the face of what Twitch is, because Twitch is largely based off of, you know, the interactions. But, you know, if you're really that good, maybe people will watch you just do, maybe people will just let you yell at them for 8 hours. Demonic Dark, thank you for the resub. Stable Mind, thank you for the resub. Bruce for the resub. Serotonin Bears for the resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you sub to the channel, you can grab the first one. If you ain't subbed to the channel, you can grab the second one. We love to spread the love around, not always hit the same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you off somewhere where we think you're gonna have a good time. Let's see who's up to what with who's on this wide, wonderful world. We just so happen to call this the Twitch.
Thank you for the fun stream. The bit I saw was cool. Love the voices.
That's what we do around here. Nanalai, thank you much for the 300 biddies. Who the fuck is late? Who's live this late on Twitch? I'm not live. I'm not used to being live on Sundays. I'm gonna get late on Sundays. I have to get used to this. Who's doing something I think I can dump you all off at here? I'm gonna check this place here. Because I'm basically looking for people who ain't doing Final Fantasy, just in case people don't want to get, you know, spoiled on anything here. I think I see a good target. I don't know how much longer this person's gonna be live, because I've been live for 8, they've been live for 7. So even if you get 1 hour out of this person, it'll all work out. Friend of the channel, Mary Marvelite, is playing Yakuza Kiwami 2, and if I'm not mistaken, they're doing the Majima construction portion, if I'm looking at this right. It looks like it, or maybe they're wrapping it up, but they're hanging around there. They're definitely hanging around there. So tell you what, let's go see what the Mary Marvelite, as long as I'm spelling that right, is up to. We will be live next Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific, for the ongoing adventures of Jack Bauer in 24, the game. It is most assuredly a game, and I don't know, but it's wild. I mean, we've been riffing off the thing. It's one of those games that's not so broken, but it's got that lovely amount of jank, and then Kiefer Sutherland screaming at everyone. It's basically tickling all of our tickle spots. Well, I can assure you, come on by you come on by, I'll entertain the shit out of you. All right. Thank you very much, everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, lurked, put up with my bullshit we're here the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Mwah. Good night, everyone. Actually, is Mary ending? Hang on. We may have to abort. We may be aborting here. I do see a save has been placed. They might actually be ending. Okay, I'm aborting for a second here. I need to hang on. I'm gonna turn on the show so I can hear it here. Okay, no, Mary's ending. Okay, aborting. Please don't raid me, Mary. Please, love of God, don't raid me. All right, because I'm ending. Let's see. Target number 2. Give me. Oh, this works. This definitely works. All right. Never rated this person before. They hang out in chat sometimes. Let's get a little Pope Corky tonight. You know, one of our legal experts likes to hang out in chat every so often. They're playing Control. Let's do this. Bada bing, bada boom. You recall the speech you just heard, so, you know, we'll be live on Wednesday. PlayStation 2, gonna be doing 24. It's gonna be lit. You're gonna enjoy yourself. Make sure you come on by. I'm not gonna bother letting that timer go all the way through because I gotta pee. I'm not gonna explode, but I gotta go. I gotta go and I gotta go. Both of them. All right. We'll see you later, folks. Mwah.